Ladies and gentlemen, we'll make a start. Welcome to the Food Standards Agency January board meeting. Very nice to have you here. You find us meeting in London. And it's the first meeting for 3 new board members. So we're welcoming Mark Rolfe, Tim Riley and Margaret Gilmore. Very nice to have you with us, or back with us. It's also our Chief Executive's first meeting, although she feels like she's been here for a very nice length of time. It's Emily's first actual board meeting. And we're also welcoming Paul Morrison, who's our Director of Regulatory Compliance Strategy and Legal. Welcome aboard. And we have apologies from board member Stuart Reid. Welcome to members of the public who are in attendance. There'll be an opportunity for people in the audience to ask questions at the end of the board meeting. But we have received some questions in advance in accordance with our normal procedure. And I think Stephen Pollock is there. He's going to read them out for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have received 4 questions from 2 members of the public for the board in advance of the meeting today. The first 3 of those are from Hannah Bell, who is an information officer at the Anaphylaxis campaign. It starts with a very short statement. The Anaphylaxis campaign welcomes the continued development of the food hypersensitivity strategy and supports the vision and objectives outlined in the board papers. The first question is, following the implementation of the new Pre-Packed for Direct Sale, PPDS, rules, does the FSA envisage any further changes to improve current food legislation covering the provision of allergy information to consumers for foods which are not pre-packed? Second question is, in light of the increasing reports we receive from our allergic members about the use of allergy disclaimers in restaurants, how does the FSA plan to ensure that further public awareness campaigns don't have the opposite of the desired effect and increase reluctance from food businesses to cater for food hypersensitive customers altogether? And the third question is, can the board elaborate on its vision for the future direction of precautionary allergen statements? Can we expect progress on the standardisation of precautionary allergen labelling within the 5-year planning horizon outlined in the board papers? The fourth question is from Darryl Thompson, who is retired Head of Safety. He was involved in the Regulating Our Future Industry Advisory Committee. And Darryl asks, one of the positive elements of the Regulating Our Future initiative was the cross-sector workshops involving people from industry, enforcement and central government. When people discuss issues from different viewpoints, the quality of the debate and resulting solutions are much richer and more rounded. Yet the FSA has not used such workshops when considering PPDS or other allergen issues. Does the board agree that going forward it would be beneficial to include cross-sector workshops as part of the Food Standard Agency's consultation on allergens? And that concludes the questions sent in advance to the board, Chair.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Just to remind board members that if you'd like to pick up any of those points in the course of the discussion, you're very welcome to. They do fit very neatly to our discussion on food hypersensitivity. I'd also just record that we did have some people submit questions after the deadline. When that happens, we ensure that they're published with a written response on our website. I'd also say that one of the questions that was submitted included a table and graphs. It's not really possible for us to accommodate reading out a question with that level of detail in it. So just to urge people, please, to make sure you're presenting questions rather than discussion papers in future. I'm sure that we'll be able to look at those particular questions and the issues that they raise at a subsequent board meeting. Thank you very much. Can I ask board members if they've got any conflicts of interest that they wish to register in relation to the papers in front of us today? No? And does anybody have any other business that they'd like to raise at the end of the meeting? To which the answer is always no. Excellent, that is a good answer. Minutes of our last meeting, which was in September in Belfast. This has been circulated to board members in draft. Are we happy that they're now an accurate record of the meeting? Thank you very much. And the actions that are arising, which are in the annex to that, the board minutes on our agenda. Any points from board members about progress on those actions? Thank you very much. My report to the board, I just first of all wanted to put on the record that this board meeting was originally scheduled for December last year, and the timing fell in the middle of the general election period. It was possible for the board to meet, but it would have caused some significant restrictions on our usual openness and transparency practices because of the general rules of PERDA for a general election. So we took the view that it was better as a one-off to move the board meeting to January. And instead of meeting as a formal board in December, we had the benefit of a visit to Allergy UK, which I'm sure will reflect in our discussions later on. And the board also undertook some training on Codex, trade and the UK frameworks for food and feed and nutrition. Since the general election, I've written to every MP introducing or reintroducing the work of the FSA and our current priorities. I've also written to our key ministerial contacts, and of course, more recently, we've had an administration formed in Northern Ireland, and I'm writing to the Public Health and Agriculture Ministers there to pick up the reins with them. A full list of my engagements since the board last met in September is published on our website. A lot of those have related to the FSA's work on food hypersensitivity. With officials, I had a very good day with Barnsley Council and its stakeholders, including a significant number of people from the Public Protection Board and the NHS in Barnsley, which was very useful. And I also spoke at the Rumour conference to welcome the significant progress that's been made in reducing antimicrobials in farming. Now, there's lots of other things filling the airwaves, but we must not overlook the potentially catastrophic public health risk that AMR presents. The board held its annual parliamentary reception in October, and we were delighted to have Joe Churchill MP, who's the Minister for Public Health and the DHSC, speak, and also Sue Hayman, who at the time was the opposition's Shadow Environment Secretary. And again, our focus was on food, allergies and intolerances. Yesterday, the board held its annual risk workshop, and we also had the opportunity to input on the emerging business plan and priorities for the FSA for the next financial year. And the outcomes of both discussions will feed into the finalisation of officials' plans for next year, which will be discussed at the Business Committee and approved in March. And the board also reviewed progress on developing the cost of illness model. We discussed that at our September meeting, and that will be back in front of the board for final approval and presentation in March. The board also yesterday had a closed board meeting, which I will say more about later when we discuss risk analysis. If you're listening and you're particularly interested in that, we think that'll be about 12:30. We discussed our position on the free trade agreement negotiating objectives and the advice and direction that we wish to give officials. Because of the sensitive and confidential nature of trade discussions, it's not possible for the board to cover that ground in public, but I will put on the record later the board's conclusions and explain a little bit more about the FSA's role in relation to this, which might be useful since the wall-to-wall commentary on food standards and trade agreements never seems to mention us. And finally, on board member appointments, obviously delighted to have our 3 new board members in place. We are still awaiting the appointment of a deputy chair. The process has been launched to recruit a successor to Ruth in her Welsh board member role when that becomes vacant later this summer. And also underway at the moment is a Civil Service Commission campaign to secure our next Chief Scientific Advisor, who will take over from Guy in the summer. Also on board members, I'm very pleased that Tim Riley has agreed to join our Audit and Risk Advisory Committee, which is splendid. And finally, I want to formally put on the record that I'll be standing down from chairing the Food Standards Agency in the autumn, having been elected the Master of St John's College, Cambridge. And DHSC, the department, are leading the recruitment of my successor. And I've still got 3 board meetings to go, so don't get too excited yet. Any questions on any of that or anything else for me? Emily, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And perhaps I could put on the record, on behalf of of my colleagues at the FSA, our congratulations to you for your new appointment. And your shoes are going to be very hard to fill, so good luck to those recruiting a new chair. So the first thing I wanted to say was a huge thank you to those people who've made me extremely welcome here at the Food Standards Agency, that's staff and the board and partners. It's genuinely delightful to take on this role and to have the privilege of working in this organisation. And the people that I've met who work for the FSA are really great. We have a great team. The people who protect your plate are really passionate about doing that, and they make a big difference every day. So it's been great to join. My report covers my first impressions, and I'm not going to go through those because a lot of the themes get picked up in the course of the papers today. But I did want to just touch on the main summarised conclusions of the first section. So the first point really is that the FSA is an important organisation with a great mission, Food You Can Trust, whose time has come. We're 20 this year. We come of age as we step into our new role as we leave the European Union, as the UK leaves the European Union, and the responsibilities that the Food Standards Agency will take on doing that are quite substantial. We're ready for that, but it's a substantial shift in our understanding of ourselves. Secondly, the way that we do that is really important, and we must value our transparency, our impartiality, our commitment to the use of evidence, and the fact that we need to be tailored and data-driven. Those are very key fundamentals to the way we do our work. And then in addition to that, the thing that I've been reflecting on in the last 3 months is there are often places where the Food Standards Agency does not have the powers to act or doesn't have the remit, but does have a voice. The food landscape for regulation in this country is relatively fragmented, but the Food Standards Agency must call it out if it thinks that things aren't working, and we must use our voice and our influence even if we don't have the formal directive power. So those are my first impressions. The roundup that I have put into the second half of my paper, I'll touch on briefly. So we've had a general election. That's confirmed that the UK is leaving the European Union. That means that this coming-of-age moment for the Food Standards Agency is going to be upon us. Secondly, I've mentioned CBD, so cannabidiol, which is a product which needs to be authorised by the food regulator, and the products that are for sale in the UK are not yet authorised, so I've put on record our view about the issues there. The fact that there's going to be guidance for online aggregators coming out shortly. My concern still about DMP, a lethal substance that is being erroneously marketed as a dieting aid, and the FSA is using what powers it has to do something about that. But our powers are related to food regulation, and other parts of government need to act too. And then finally, just to mention local authority performance, I have written to the Chief Executive, the Acting Chief Executive of Birmingham Council, and we will be meeting tomorrow to discuss issues around unrated businesses and overdue inspections. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Questions for Chief Executive? Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Emily, I just wanted to ask if I may a little bit around the CBD products, because I have a reservation around the sort of tactic that you had in your report, that leaving things on the shelf, and I appreciate all the difficulties about taking further action, but is that at risk of setting a precedent that actually the way to avoid novel food approval is to flood the market? And if you flood the market, you don't take action, therefore our products are generally available, as opposed to doing something about it.
Do you want me to pick that up straight away or collect?
Does anybody have any other points around CBD or DMP, any of those novel food or complicated consumption issues that sit in the paper? If not, can you pick that one up now?
Yes. So we are keeping this under close review. So if we expect these products to apply for authorisation, and if that appears not to be happening, we will revise our position. But secondly, if any health concerns come to light, we would immediately revise our position too. So I don't think it's true that flooding the market would mean that somehow they're getting away with it. We will, if we need to, we will ask that these products get taken off the shelves.
Thank you, Chair. Entirely different point. I just wanted to comment on delighted to see the communication with local authorities and starting to use the food parks as something we at IRAC have been calling for some time now. And it'll be interesting to see how your discussion with Birmingham goes when you meet tomorrow. But as we move forward, I think it's going to be really important that we develop that relationship with local authorities and develop that understanding because there is a lot of pressure on them and we do rely on them for enforcement. So have you any thoughts as to how we can help them to do what we need them to do?
So I totally agree. The relationship with local authorities is critical to implementing food standards and food safety work around the country. We are concerned about the level of resourcing, particularly into the food standards side. And this is an area where I think the FSA needs to continue to use its voice to call out issues if things aren't working the way we need them to work. I also, in addition, want to make sure that we're looking at measuring performance in a sufficiently tailored way. So the balanced scorecard work that's in Train will help, but we need to make sure that the key performance indicators properly support local authorities to take a proportionate approach to risk. I had a very useful conversation with a local authority last week, for example, which was suggesting that some of our work doesn't always support them in doing that. So we just need to make sure we're matching up our ambitions with what we're measuring locally.
I've got Dave and then Mary.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Emily. Good to receive your first one and welcome aboard. I had 2 points, but I'm going to add a third now because just to echo Mark's views on CBD, I'm not really sure you answered the question. I'm sorry. Because the precedent is, there is a risk the precedent is now there. It's been a year since we flagged it up in a board meeting that there would be an authorisation process. So what level of traction have we had from the CBD suppliers to start the authorisation process, and how much time are we going to give them to put their hands up? It's not just the products that are there. We are seeing continual new products coming onto the market week after week after week, and it does appear that they are being given a fairly free hand to test out those products on the general public. So that was the first point, which you might want to reflect on again. The other is on a couple of food safety issues that sort of have been live recently, and just that aren't in the report. One was the continued recalls on pesto products, which have been rolling on for some time. And it's, I suppose, having been in the food industry and I'm fortunate to run some recalls during my time in the cake sector, one of the first things you do is try to get your arms around the size of the problem and ensure that you know how many of your products are affected. So it's been slightly surprising that we've seen almost 3 waves of recalls from this, rather than immediately going, how many products by this supplier were affected. So it'd be interesting to understand how that has come to pass over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and also to get assurance that we aren't going to get a 4th, 5th or 6th retailer coming out having to withdraw all of their pesto products as well. And the second point is in relation to raw pet food, where there appears to have been a little spate of issues, and are we comfortable that consumers are able to make the right choices about that product? We've had many discussions at this board around raw drinking milk, for instance, and that there are some pathogens associated with raw pet food, and it'd be good to have some comfort that we believe we've done the appropriate analysis of those and that consumers do understand the risks that they may be taking with their pets, feeding them those products.
Thank you. Mary, were yours on related points?
No.
I know Guy wants to come in if he can just before you.
Thank you.
You did, Guy.
It was just picking up the Mark and your comment about the CBD, in which what one's dealing with here is not products which are being flooded on the market. They're products which were present, and then the novel foods regulation stated that they were now a novel foods and needed to be regulated, and therefore, and I'm sure Rebecca will probably pick this up too, is that it, based on the risk assessment information we had, the proportionate response was to go down the route of allowing a period of time for those products to go through the novel foods process, because we didn't have any reason to believe that they were unsafe. As far as I understand, and Rebecca will pick it up too, that any novel CBD product coming on the market can't do that without having gone through the authorisation. It's just the products that are already out there on the market. And one of the other factors is that this particular work has required an awful amount of cross-government working, because of the fact that you now have a prescription-only medicine CBD product, coupled with the issues of whether some CBD products contain the illicit drug THC, and therefore trying to actually develop the one government approach to this has meant that, again, the proportionate response is for the FSA to work in conjunction with those other departments. We've had several meetings, and in fact I'm chairing a meeting with the Chief Medical Officer on Wednesday with the Medical Health Regulatory Authority in terms of some of the thresholds between the prescription drug and the products that are there in food. So there is a lot of conversation going on, and it's not, I think, something which is a brand new product flooding the market, because it was there and it's now been caught by legislation which we're trying to catch up with.
Guy, thanks for that. I'll just add to that. Before the election, in a meeting with the Public Health Minister, Jo Churchill, I also raised with her, not this specific issue, but the complicated handling there is around these kinds of products when they touch 2 or 3 different departmental interests and different kinds of regulatory frameworks, as CBD does or could do, and have urged her, and I'm seeing her again shortly, I put it in my letter to her after the election, urged her and other ministers to think about forming some ministerial leadership for how we can more quickly resolve those departmental boundaries and responsibilities and get to clarity and certain action a bit swifter on some of these kinds of issues. So I think there's pushing on lots of fronts to try to get to a clear and authoritative position on them. Rebecca, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I agree with comments made around this table. It is disappointing that industry has not moved more quickly to come into compliance. They have known since last January that CBD extracts were confirmed as novel foods, and since then we've been engaging very actively with different parts of the industry to make sure that they do understand those responsibilities. As I understand it, there are now a number of applications going through the authorisation process, which is encouraging. Not all of those are in the public domain, so it's not always easy to see exactly what those applications involve. But we are seeing more people come forward to go through the process, and I think that's what we need to encourage people to do. And in fact, only in the last few days, we've written out again to key partners and stakeholders in the industry to remind them exactly what the regulations are and of their obligations to go through the proper authorisation process. We really want people to take this seriously, and we need to work with the industry in order to make that happen. I think it is important to note we need to take a proportionate approach to regulation. As Emily and Guy have said very clearly, if there is any evidence that CBD products pose a significant risk to health, then we will take action under food safety law. At the moment, our approach is to work constructively with the industry to bring them into compliance as soon as possible. But as Emily's Chief Exec report sets out, it's important that consumers understand that there are currently no authorised CBD products on the market, and that these products are currently unregulated, and they need to make their decisions in that light.
I think we might perhaps sum up the feeling of the board as urging there to be an end point for our level of tolerance for industry not progressing with authorisations, if that is something that we could possibly get to a point and accommodate the other government interests appropriately in doing that. And I think that clarity of consumer advice is really important for board members as well. The more clearly we can communicate that and the more widely, the better. Is that all right?
Thank you.
And Colin, do you want to pick up the 2 incident issues?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I do believe we've acted promptly in relation to pesto. So this arose with one retailer alerting us on the 19th of December. On the 20th of December, there was a recall. That was at 9:30 in the evening, Friday evening. On Saturday morning, we issued a RASIV to the Commission. This is a product that is sourced through Italy from Vietnam. Sackler, the company that provide around 80% of the market, and that covered a number of retailers, and those products were recalled. And we also then spoke to BRC to pick up the other retailers. And the other recall that occurred in January is linked to a separate supplier. So it's a different company providing the pesto. So I think we have been prompt, and we've acted once we've been able to. In relation to pet food, in terms of the incidents, we have around 50 feed incidents per year out of around 2,200 in total. And we have similar responsibilities for feed safety as we do for food safety. And looking at the common themes that occur within those incidents, it's often around poor hygiene practices or the storage of raw pet food ingredients. It is a frustration for the agency that we're not informed of these incidents as quickly as we might be. And I do think that there is work for us in terms of prioritising feed incidents. It's something we haven't prioritised recently, and I think there's more work for us there.
Thank you. Mary.
Thank you. It's a point rather than the question on Emily's point. The FSA's relationship with business is therefore crucial to success. I think one could also say, and I think it's really important to log, that the success of the FSA and the trust that it creates in the food system is essential also for business. And I know that that's not core to our mission, but it's certainly a really important feature when we're looking at a deregulatory agenda, the critical importance of having an FSA that around the world and in this country supports people's trust in food.
Thank you, Mary. Just to be absolutely clear, the FSA isn't adopting a deregulatory agenda. Others around us may be.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on then, if that's all for the Chief Executive. Report on the FSA strategic objectives. As board members know, this is the conclusion of discussions around this table in retreats that I think started when we were in Edinburgh 15 months ago. And it's the opportunity now to conclude and endorse the points and the debates that we've had to date. Emily.
Great, thank you. So this paper talks about our approach to strategy over the next period. I want to start just by saying thank you to David Self and to Alice Biggins for their work on this paper as well. If I can ask you to turn, first of all, to the pyramid, which is at section 2. This basically sets out the elements of strategy, so the mission, the vision, the regulatory principles, the objectives, the activities that would normally be in, say, a document that one might publish on a 5-year basis. The board has agreed to do an agile approach to strategy, so what we're proposing is that we take each of these elements and review them on a cycle that makes sense for the particular element. So, in turn, the paper sets out how that would happen. There's an infographic on the 3rd page of the paper, which describes how the mission and the vision and the regulatory principles sit over a process where we identify risks, we categorise those and assess the FSA's role, we prioritise them, we set objectives, and then we determine activities. And the activities get determined on an annual basis, and then we review that activity to see whether it's working. So that's the schematic that we're proposing that we do strategy with. There are 4 decisions for the board today, and then we're asking for a steer. So the first decision is the frequency with which we do that review. And that's set out in paragraph 2.3. So, for example, we're proposing that our mission is reviewed every 3 years. We're suggesting that the activities are looked at annually, but there's a proposition on frequency. Secondly, I'm asking the board to confirm the mission and the vision. So we're basically saying that it doesn't need to change from our last strategy that was set out in 2015. As I said in my opening remarks, the mission of the FSA, food you can trust, food that's safe and is what it says it is incredibly powerful, and I think still guides the FSA's activity. And it would be great to have the FSA board's re-endorsement of that. Similarly, the vision, food is what it says it is, food is safe, consumers can make informed choices about what to eat, consumers have access to an affordable diet, that last one being particularly relevant to our work in Northern Ireland, where we still have responsibility for nutrition, that those things, again, haven't changed, but it would be great to have the board's endorsement of that. So that's the third decision. The fourth decision is to confirm hold on, I've skipped out, there's actually 5 decisions. The fourth decision is on our regulatory approach, which is set out in paragraph 2.9. Now, the board previously had a conversation about these, and the conclusions for that are in the annex, which set out a number of principles to our approach to regulation. We've simplified those into 6 statements, which we think describe the how the FSA approaches regulation. They start with being proactive and risk-led, we're science and evidence-based, we're open and transparent, we're collaborative, we assure we're international in our outlook. So again, it would be, the fourth decision is for the board to confirm that those principles are right. And then the fifth one is the overarching objectives which will shape our work. These are set out in paragraph 2.11. And again, these don't significantly change from, say, last year. We need to make sure we can leave the EU effectively and take on our work from the Commission and from the European Food Safety Authority and be ready for different trading arrangements. We need to modernise the regulatory regime. We need to pursue specific areas where public health and consumer interest can be furthered, and we need to deliver our core statutory obligations. So again, just an endorsement for those. And then finally, the steer. So each year we will be determining our activities, and there's always more to do than the FSA could have resource to do. We need, our proposals are in paragraph 2.13, and it would be great to have a sense from the board about what those, what you would prioritise in that list, so that we can feed that into our business planning for March. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I say, I know that this is ground that we've covered quite a lot, so perhaps what we might do is, first of all, just reconfirm some of those early points that yes, this has, what was in front of us has followed the approach that we set out last March, that we'll agree the mechanism for setting the objectives, and that we reconfirm our mission and vision statement, because I think those are reconfirmations around the board table of where we were, unless anyone's going to shake their head at me. And then if we go to the point about frequency of review, any comments or input from the board around the proposals in paragraph 2.3? Colm.
Just a very small point, and we discussed this last week in Northern Ireland. It's really, do we really want to tie ourselves to every 3 years, or is it a maximum of 3 years? You know, so because things change. So I think if we were to say that we will not let it go beyond 3 years, rather than say we have to wait for 3 years, so just keep that a little bit of flexibility. Yeah.
I think that's agreed. And then looking to the updated regulatory principles, a simplification of the regulatory principles. Are we happy that those reflect? I think they do more clearly capture actually the direction that we've been following. So we are happy with that. And so then we have the objectives and the priorities, which I'd welcome board members' input on. Unless there's Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. I really welcome the clarity that's set out here. I suppose my only question would be that when the paper comes back in March, that we have explicit outcomes that we're trying to achieve attached to these objectives and activities. Obviously, we'd like to see that read through into the performance report that we receive. So just an encouragement, really, to try and pin that down a little bit.
Other than that, then, I think given where we've been in terms of the development of the points that you've raised in 2.13, and so much of this is on our agenda coming up for the rest of the day, I think there'll be plenty of guidance emerging from the board about how we might approach those priorities for the remainder of for next year as we start to put the plan together for next year. But going beyond that as well, you know, the significance that we attach to food hypersensitive consumers. In a way, we're agreeing that that's a priority. We're about to discuss a full strategy about it, so I think that will help balance that. I think the other thing I would add is I think the board is conscious that resources are stretched, and I think we would rather do the most important things well and flag that some things can't happen. I'm conscious some of the questions that will be published that came in too late for the board meeting, for example, asking us to review the FHRS scheme after 10 years of operation. It's hard to argue that we would do that, but we don't have the resources to review everything that's going on at the moment, and we have to take a judgment about where the priorities might fall. But at the moment, I don't think the board, short of having those outcomes and the scale of what might be achievable in the next 1 year and 3 years, could say we'd like sort of 10% of internet sales and 20% of food hypersensitivity at the moment. So I think we'd welcome the executives presenting us with the choices and the options for that when we get to March.
Great.
Is that enough of a steer for you?
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Very good. In which case, thank you, David, and thank you to Alice, who's not here. Oh, she's there. She's loitering at the back. Oh, thank you, Alice, for loitering at the back. We would have asked you a difficult question if we'd known. Julie, the annual surveillance report.
Thank you very much. So I'm here to present the annual surveillance report. The report aims to do a number of things. First, provide an overview of what we have delivered in the way of surveillance products and services in the last calendar year. It also articulates the strategic vision for surveillance. I think that's important in part because of the conversation that just been having about strategy. Surveillance has always been important for the FSA, but maybe ever more so because of the changes in the context in which we operate. In the food sector, maybe EU exit related or wider changes like technology developments or global drivers like climate change. Also, the report establishes a principle that we are following, which is to make the most of new digital and data opportunities. And some of the examples of what we've delivered demonstrate exactly that, where we've used some of these new techniques to take a different approach to surveillance. Finally, the report outlines the work we're doing to pull together the various surveillance activities across the whole of the FSA. The good individual action that we see could be delivered even better if joined up. But we do not intend building a big new thing. We see value and strength in the approach that we've been following, which is both flexible and agile. So happy to take any questions.
Julie, thank you very much. It's absolutely super paper, I thought, and very exciting to see this all being drawn together and the culmination of so much work over the last 2 or 3 years. I think if people wonder whether any benefits can come through EU exit planning, this accelerated approach on surveillance is definitely in the benefits bucket as far as I'm concerned. Input, questions from the board? Mary.
You refer to data sharing from industry, and well, I've got three points. Shall I put them all together? Data sharing from industry. We saw really impressive versions of that with Chris Elliott in Northern Ireland, and I wonder whether there are plans to try and, or how we would plan, if we would plan to use those industry inputs, given how much, for instance, sampling industry is doing. When you're talking about artificial intelligence, how do we avoid the unconscious biases that might well be easy to put in, say if we're, I don't know, speaking as a small business person, it sometimes feels like the regulatory system is more comfortable dealing with larger businesses and BRC scale businesses, and that sometimes occurs as an unconscious bias. Now, if that will get embedded in machine learning, it might be, the bias might be there, but we might not be able to see it. And my last point about labelling, in terms of just something, it occurs to me that it's odd that we refer to lab-grown meat when meat and milk there's a legal definition which what is grown in the lab is not within that legal definition, and I'd urge us to be accurate in our use of terminology.
Right. Shall I take those questions? So, data sharing with industry. FIN, which is the mechanism that we've been looking at over the last year or so, and I'm looking to Colin here, with the primary user being NFCU. So yes, we now have access to the FIN data, that industry data, and NFCU are very much exploring what they might see from that. I'm not proposing to go into detail. I think it's inappropriate in a public setting to talk about what they may be seeing within that data, but yes, we are starting to use that data. Data sharing with industry more widely, we've been exploring the use of data trusts as being a mechanism, as the name might imply, where we can share data but in a trusted way for all parties. So that is a technology solution that may bear fruit, but at the moment we haven't started to really exploit what we might do there, but progress being made in the way of the technology. I continue to be keen to use the data variously, and that's a very broad term, the data that industry collects, and to do more work. At the moment, what we've seen over the last year, using open data that's already published, has borne a lot of fruit, so that's been relatively easy to access that data. So we focused on the open data before going into industry data where it is slightly harder, but we do intend to go there where we see value. The point about AI and bias, we've got a project running at the moment which is exploring AI, exploring whether or not we might be able to predict FHRS ratings, so working closely with Maria's team. Any government AI project has to follow a set of guidelines that were pulled together by the Turing Institute, and that requires us to have a parallel work stream running with the technical and the data work stream to exactly consider ethics. So whether or not what we're doing makes sense, whether we are building bias in, whether we're engaging properly, that is a work stream that is running through that project and would continue to run through any AI project.
Mark.
Thank you, Heather. Can I just say this is fascinating, and it's quite clear how much work has gone into this. Really, really useful stuff. 2 points, if I may. Firstly, could you just tell us a bit about what vehicles exist to share the outputs from this with our delivery partners so that they can feed that into their tasking systems and help them target their resources? And a minor point, one of the slides referred to online display of food hygiene ratings. I'm interested to know whether that's just a count or whether there's any verification that those displayed ratings are accurate.
Could you tell me which page you're talking about? Excuse me.
23, hopefully.
I couldn't go into the detail on slide 23, so maybe can I get you an answer later?
Yeah, absolutely, please. It was a minor point, just very interesting.
So, but the point about sharing outputs, that is important to us because we're very keen that the actual impact is being realised. So we provide these services, but they really do need to make an impact, otherwise they are of no value. So absolutely agree that's an area of great importance for us. How are those outputs shared? It depends, really. It depends on what it is. There isn't a single approach because there isn't necessarily only one user of this information. It could be a local authority, it could be another government organisation, it could be Port Health Authority. So the target users of the information may vary. And generally, the sharing of the information will be done through the relevant FSA business team. So maybe Port Health Authority would be through the imports team, and for them to work out through their existing arrangements what is the best mechanism to get the information out there. I think we need to do more work with local authorities generally around how we share the information back, because often we're using the information that they provide to us, adding some value, adding some insight, and we need to be better at finding ways to quickly, in a timely manner, to share that information back out with them. So that will be something we explore further. Then just generally, we try to work as far as possible in the open, so we're trying to get anyone for whom we think that this might be of interest or relevance to come in and have the conversation and see what's being developed. So it's a whole range of approaches.
It might be that Mark wants to look at a bit more detail at some of those local authority links and see from our end. I know you see from the other end how the information lands, but see from our end how it gets gathered and sort of fed out. Might be an interesting thing for you to do offline.
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful. I welcome the opportunity to do that. And I think local authorities would welcome the opportunity to have good access to this information.
Yes, indeed.
Guy, and then did you want to come in on this?
I just thought Rebecca could pick up Mary's question on that.
Yeah. Okay, Guy and then Rebecca.
Well, it builds on what Mark was saying, and I mean, one of the things is that the strategic surveillance is as impactful as when it's been used in anger to achieve something. And one of the things I think we're still in the very early stages of is those great case studies of how this enabled X to happen. And more importantly, which I think is in your space, is if only it could have given us this, it would have been so much easier for us to do that. So I think in some ways one could think about a strategic cycle in the same way as a policy cycle, in the sense of the end users iterating and reiterating with the developers to fine-tune the process so it's going to have most impact for them. And so I think we should try to think about a strategic surveillance cycle of which the end users have a very good mechanism of feeding back to the developers, which would fit into what you're saying.
Thanks. Rebecca, do you want to pick up the meat?
Yes, thank you. That was, it's a very interesting point about terminology around these new food products that are under development and so much in the public spotlight. I think for the FSA, I say there are two angles to this. Firstly, that how food is described is really important, and that as these innovative products come to market, it's really important that consumers know what it is they're getting, and they understand what a product is, and that a word like meat it can be clearly understood and is used in the right context. I absolutely agree. As a regulator, it's also important that we understand exactly what these products are and what they're called. Is one thing, or the language that people use to describe them, but we need to understand what some of these new challenges are regarding different methods of production, the way in which that may change some of the risks, and how they should be regulated in future. And it's a really important area. I'm glad you've raised it, and I think that question about terminology I think touches on a lot of things that we are going to have to come to grips with in the future as these products come forward for regulation.
Thank you for raising it. Thanks, Rebecca. I've got Ruth, Margaret, and is it only me who can smell burning? Yeah, it's only me, that's fine. If anyone else can smell it, we'll do something about it. It's under my seat. Ruth and then Margaret.
Okay, nervous. Thank you, Chair. This is fantastic work, and it's really encouraging that there's an enthusiasm to bring questions forward from the business and to explore these issues. I think it is about how do we go from the exploration and the proof of concept, if you like, through to actually this method works, and it now is not something we do which is interesting on top of our day job, but it is now becomes the day job. And I see that you've got a change champion network. What else is needed to help people to let go of how we used to do things, maybe, and turn new methods into business as usual? What other approaches are you thinking about there?
This becomes like any change, I think, that we need to recognise how people are maybe holding on to what they've always done, and make the case for change on a number of different levels. Certainly, the approach that we've used to date has been one of co-creation. So those same people are in the team working with the data scientists to build the thing. I think then we need to demonstrate that it is a better way of delivering the business, whatever better might mean. And we also need the support from through the top to the bottom of the organisation to give people the time to understand what these new products are saying, but also to understand what they're not saying. We do need to be cautious as well, and not over simply interpreting what the computer says. So it's an ongoing piece of work, and we're always looking for those people who get it and are really keen and then willing to act as advocates. So it's across all of those different areas that we're trying to do. But I am gratified to see a growing interest on the part of most people who come and engage. They then do stay, and they then do want to work with the data scientists and just to see. The other thing is sometimes people might not always be happy with what they can see, and sometimes some of these tools and approaches can show where there are issues with the quality of the data, or we need better data standards, and all of that sort of underpinning what I would be calling data infrastructure needs to be addressed. So sometimes people are a bit disappointed when you say, well, it would have been great, but your data's not really that good. So it's not always good news.
Margaret.
Yes, I also thought this was an amazing and fascinating paper, and reams of questions on it. A couple of comments. I think it's great that the important work that's being done on allergens and food hypersensitivity is also here, because it's so important for us to be ahead of the game and not reactive. And sometimes perhaps we've been a little bit too reactive, so a little bit of proactive work is great there. And that would also apply, I think, for the work that you're planning to do on food prices, for example, and the effect that might have on vulnerable groups. We could be very behind the curve if it weren't for that type of work, and not just low-income families, students, that sort of thing. I'm very excited to see that the FHRS is now being used for other things. It's done such important work too, but you're now using it to try and identify unregistered businesses, so actually thinking beyond the box that it was meant for. And I have one question, which is there are restrictions on the data that you might or we might hold, but how easy will it be, and are you planning to make it unidentifiable and therefore available to people who outside who might be able to carry out research for us and do work that may help us in future?
Yes, we're very aware of the data ownership and the data sensitivities, so that runs through all of the work that we do. it's a case-by-case basis as to who is the owner of the data and what are the sensitivities. And anonymisation is just one technique that we might use. We, as an organisation, are open, fundamentally open in what we do. So we're always erring on the side of trying to be open, trying to share the data that we've got, or trying to share these products and services. And a large proportion of them we would hope to make open and available for others to use. I think the anonymisation point is interesting because it's an example of the sort of thing we might do to use the data further, or for others to use the data, but it costs. So again, we have to consider whether it's worthwhile investing the money to anonymise the data to allow others to do more with the data. So we have those conversations on an ongoing basis, but again, we need to be very strict about prioritising what work we do.
Thank you. I did have one question, which was perhaps more for Rick, but find out. Can you just remind me, sampling is still the unfinished business, I think, in some of this, in terms of getting to the right place, in terms of where we want to be on sampling and around capacity. Can you remind me when the board is looking again at the progress on sampling? We discussed it, I think, at the September board meeting, did we?
Yes, I think it was September, so it will definitely come back. And I think this is part of, we were trying to capture in this, that there is this element of the wider surveillance piece that we are joining up together. So there's definitely some work on that. And that then also brings in other elements such as Horizon Scanning, which again you saw in June, I believe, last year. So there will be a bigger piece around this as well. So yeah,
good. I don't want us to lose sight of that critical component of it, Guy. And then we'll finish.
Yeah, I mean, sampling is one method of demonstration of this, but I just wondered in areas where the sampling can't help, in that when one takes a very data-based approach to something, the massive advantage of it is it's very objective and not biased. But the problem with that is it sometimes doesn't have the sort of subjective expertise that's necessary to stop one chasing down the wrong hole. I mean, sampling is an example of the subjective expertise to back up the objective statistics. When one's dealing with some of these things which aren't sampling, how do we deal with that sort of dilemma? Or is it relying on other people in the organisation who are deep subjective experts on something to say, I don't believe that data?
I think I absolutely agree with you, guys, the way that you've articulated the importance of sampling, and I see sampling as both another data source, but also an opportunity to test and to prove what we think we may be seeing in the other types of data. So the two conceptually are tightly linked. And that's an area where we need to go further, both to understand what is going on at the data level, but also what's going on at that subjective interpretation. What does this mean? So that's something that I'm looking to develop further when we talk about in the final paragraph where we're going to go next. And so the work that we're doing will be, rather than going away and building a great big single monolithic thing, we'll be looking for these opportunities where we need to pick and sort of join up more closely some of the sort of bilateral conversations, and sampling is certainly high up on the list as one of those places to go first.
Thank you. So I think to sum up, the one thing I did want to say If anybody who's watching our meeting hasn't looked at all the annexes to this paper, I really encourage them to, because it's a phenomenal spread and variety of really insightful learning that's been going on, and really imaginative ways of trying to get that learning and that knowledge. And Julie was too modest to do it, but we really are seeing lots of evidence that we're a global leader in the approach that we've taken on surveillance. Julie was invited across the United States recently to present to officials from their FDA the approach that was taking here, and to, I think, some open mouths about what we're capable of doing and the way in which we've approached it. So it's not really for us to pat ourselves on the back, but I think we should definitely be patting Julie and all the people who've been involved in this approach on their back. It's something that has, we set some aspirations about 3 years ago, and you've brought it to this level of development incredibly quickly, given the complexity of it. So in terms of summing up, yes, the board does want to continue in this direction. I think we warmly welcome the progress that's been made, and I think you should take very strong backing from the board about embedding this as a systematic approach across the FSA and getting the cultural change that's needed to support that, and also on sharing as effectively as possible, as widely as possible, what we're learning from it would be something that we'd really like to see happen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Catherine's going to join us for an update on EU exit. And Theo's going to join us. I'm sorry, Theo. Catherine and Theo. Do crack on.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. The paper you have before you sets out the next focus for the FSA in contributing to the UK government aim to exit the EU, negotiate a new relationship with the EU, and enter into trade negotiations with other significant trading nations. As previously noted, this has a significant impact on the FSA and its work. And throughout, we have focused with absolute clarity on ensuring we deliver our statutory functions to protect public health and the other interests of consumers in relation to food. And in this next phase, those functions, plus our commitment to robust science and evidence underpinning our recommendations and working effectively across the 4 countries of the UK, will continue to be guiding principles for us. The paper sets out the progress being made to give effect to the withdrawal agreement, and the bill to bring this fully into effect is progressing through Parliament. The withdrawal agreement provides for a transition period and also the Northern Ireland Protocol, and how the FSA will prepare for these is to be covered as part of a comprehensive EU exit programme. Our previous focus was to deliver a range of capabilities and systems that would have been needed in the event of exiting without a deal, but which we've also been able, as you've just heard in relation to the work and surveillance, to make part of our kind of DNA for our future capability. And Section 5 in the paper updates you on how we further developed those initial products to increase our capacity. In Section 6, we set out how we've progressed the work on common frameworks, and you'll be considering one of these in more detail later. And I think it's worth reflecting that this work is just one aspect of the emphasis we give to working collaboratively across our 3-country remit and with the FSS in Scotland. And finally, in Section 7, we describe our plans to manage the considerable volume of this work within a managed programme. This next phase of action will require us to contribute and manage a range of activities, offering assurance that our new capacity is fit for purpose, making sure we are fully prepared to operate in the transition period, delivering input at pace into a number of significant negotiations, and constantly checking whether developments have an impact on projects within the programme or on the business as usual for the FSA. This will draw on a considerable amount of this organisation's resources, and I would like now to record my thanks to the many FSA staff working so hard in this area. I'm confident that we will rise to the challenges that this poses us, We will continue to focus on our core purpose and our key principles as we work with others to deliver the UK government's clear objective and to exploit the opportunities that leaving the EU brings for us. So, thank you. That was all I was going to say by way of introduction.
Catherine, thank you. Before I ask for any board member input, I'd just like to put on record that Catherine has just clocked up 40 years in the civil service, which I think is a remarkable contribution, and congratulations, and thank you for spending 20 of them with us. There's no specific decision here for board members. It's an opportunity just to take the temperature of progress at this point on EU exit. Comments, questions from around the table? I do have one. Nobody else wants to run shoot. Margaret.
First of all, Catherine, you clearly joined the civil service when you were 5 years old. I thought this was an excellent paper, and for a newcomer coming in, quite educational. It tells me that the FSA is going to have huge flexibility, particularly in the next 12 months, and that you've tried to cover all aspects, because politically, if there were a food issue, as the Brexit, in particular the trade negotiations, begin over the next couple of years, actually, then the finger will definitely be pointed at the FSA, and although that could be damaging to the consumer, it could also be damaging to us reputationally. So I just have a couple of questions, which is, do you see vulnerabilities and gaps that we or the FSA have been unable to deal with as regards exports, imports of food? So I'm talking about ports here, really, and Northern Ireland as well, of course, the border there. So that's one. And the second is about resourcing. Do you feel you have the resources that are needed to deal with this, particularly if at some point we're suddenly asked to give extra advice or be pulled in on negotiations in some way? And thirdly, are you likely to, or are we likely to see requests for staff to be seconded in to help other parts of government, and would that leave vulnerabilities for us?
I think we'll let Emily pick up those two resourcing questions. Catherine, do you want to address the first one?
Thank you. Yes, I think the impact in relation to what this means for us for both those importing food and exporting food has been a key concern for us, and we've set out here the work that we've done in relation to being prepared for the kind of the mechanical consequences of it, the ability to have the systems and the information that we are going to need. And this is an area where we are needing to work very closely with DEFRA, because there is a close correlation with their work in relation to imports of animals and the animal health consequences for it. I think we are hopeful that the transition period, excuse me, will provide a slightly calmer patch of water within which we can be making sure that these things are working well and correctly. And this is certainly one of the aspects we're going to pick up within the programme, is to be absolutely clear about what we need to do and what needs to happen. And this is an area where certainly the food industry is very concerned about the impact, particularly in relation to the vulnerabilities or the sensitivity with the short straight crossing, and the way in which even minimal time impacts will have a huge knock-on effect. So I think this is an area where I feel cautiously confident. It's certainly an area where we are fully sighted on the issues that we need to address, and we have the levers and the capability to do it. But I think this will be kind of high up on the to-do list in terms of making sure that we're absolutely across this. In the export space, again, an area where our focus, excuse me, is as much on what we bring to this by being able to validate the totality of our regulatory system and our processes. And I am very confident that, again, this is an area where we will have in place what we need. We are working very closely with local authority colleagues within Port Health and with other local authorities to help in the preparation of this. And indeed, we made funding available, and we'll continue to see what we can do to help support what the local authorities need in order to be battle ready for the new situation. Thank you.
Emily, do you want to pick up those resourcing points?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. Perhaps a little bit of context first. So until now, the FSA has used the money it was given for EU exit to prepare for a no-deal scenario. And in particular, that was preparing for what we called a minimum viable product. So because we were aiming at a swift deadline, whether it was going to be the 29th of March or the 12th of April last year or the 31st of October or indeed the 31st of January, we wanted to be as ready as we could in that fixed time frame to do the things we needed to do, but we knew that that was at a minimum viable product rather than full operating capability. So we were funded to do that for the minimum. We now need to move beyond the minimum and think about this as a permanent arrangement. And as I said in my opening remarks at the start of the meeting, that's a really exciting opportunity for the Food Standards Agency because we are going to be playing the role that the European Food Safety Authority or the Commission is playing at the moment. But there are still aspects of that role that are not yet clear. So, for instance, we've made an assumption about the volume of applications for authorisation that we're going to get, which the EFSA deal with at the moment. But if it turns out that the volume is much higher or the issues that are being submitted to us for authorisation are deeply controversial, that's going to take more resource than we expected. So we've made an assumption, it's a minimum viable product assumption, but we're going to have to look at what that full operating capability is and make sure that we're resourced to that level. Another example, we don't yet know what arrangements the government will negotiate with the EU in terms of goods crossing borders, and we don't know the extent of equivalence that's going to happen. If it's very high, there's less work to do. If it's quite low, there's more work to do. So that's a movable feast as well. Another example is whether we're trying to support the government in negotiating several trade deals at once in addition to the EU one. So, for example, the US and New Zealand and a couple of others, or just a couple. And again, that will be more work or less work. And finally, just to make the point about the Northern Ireland Protocol, which has got implications, quite practical ones, for the Food Standards Agency in Northern Ireland and for our partners, local authorities and Port Health authorities, that also has a cost. Now, we're rapidly trying to work through what the implications of that are. There's still some work to go. What I'm leading up to is saying that the Spending Review 2020 is the key moment for us to have this conversation with the Treasury about our funding. In effect, because we have such new responsibilities, we need to re-baseline our approach to our funding because we are doing new activities and functions that we weren't doing in SR15. So we have some money, but probably not enough, and we'll be having that conversation with the Treasury.
I've got Colm and then Mark.
Chair, thank you. And I think Emily already touched on something. Can I maybe start by just congratulating the team on the work that's been done over the past 2 or 3 years to get us to a really good place in relation to that, and that work will stand as we move forward into the new era. But as you might expect, my particular concerns are around the Northern Ireland Protocol and the understanding of the Northern Ireland Protocol and the implications of all of that. So what are we doing in terms of working across government and with other partners, both in Northern Ireland and in Whitehall, to really understand the implications of the protocol, and I don't think anybody fully understands the full implications, but it will actually kick in quite quickly after the end of this year, and it will have significant implications for the agency and our ability to deliver a unified three-country approach. So it'll be really important to work with other government departments, and I know Maria is involved in Northern Ireland and working with government departments there, but to work there, to work in Whitehall, and to work with our delivery partners, and actually be kind of thinking things around infrastructure and port health and things like that, both in Northern Ireland and at main ports, because of the east-west business is quite big in terms of Northern Ireland industry, and a very heavy reliance. Bear in mind that all of the supermarkets, etc., in Northern Ireland are from England, and all of the food is on national contract. So it's all of that movement across the Irish Sea, getting a real understanding of what the protocol really means, and actually developing those relationships with the local government and central government. So just if you say a little bit more about what we're doing on that.
Thank you. I'm actually going to ask Maria and Catherine to say a bit more detail about what's been going on. I mean, just to agree with your comments, Colm, it is, there are significant implications. It is requiring a lot of working through so that we can understand the detail, and we are doing that both in Northern Ireland and in London, because there are implications for the full-country approach too.
I'm very happy to start and hand over to Catherine. Yes, as you are well aware, there is a new administration in Northern Ireland, a very enthusiastic new political approach to working through the arrangements for the Northern Ireland Protocol, and that will be led from the executive table at a political level, and then the officials will support that drive through the executive office. So at the very highest level of the administration, there will be a coordinated approach to working through the issues around the Northern Ireland Protocol, and that actually means articulating the questions that we need to ask relating to it, because I don't think anyone has a clear view of exactly the practical implications of how that protocol will work. And then the issue for us is, how do we raise those questions at senior levels within the Westminster administration as well? So what questions are we going to ask, and how are we going to get the answers to those questions? And that then will drive the work that we will need to do throughout the next year. So certainly the team in the FSA in Belfast are very well plugged into the Northern Ireland administration and working with other government departments in Northern Ireland, and then the team in London as well. So I'll ask Catherine then to explain how the team in London work with the Westminster administration, because that's how we kind of triangulate it.
Thank you. Yes, as you rightly identify, I think getting under the skin of the Northern Ireland Protocol, what it means, and as Maria mentioned, its practical implications, is going to be a very real challenge for us and for other parts of government as well. I think we are fortunate because of our unique structure that we have considerable knowledge, we have considerable routes of influence through the office in Northern Ireland. We are absolutely prioritising our ability to engage out of the kind of the Westminster end of the machinery, and I think it's fair to say we have begun making the contacts that we need and developing the routes in that we are going to rely on. I think I would add that what I think is going to be very important here is for us within the FSA to have that clear understanding of the practical implications. Yes, there are questions to be asked and for which we are going to need answers, but I think it will be a considerable challenge for us to actually think about designing and implementing a thing that has never existed before. And I think that the kind of the cultural issue around getting into that mindset and really challenging and exposing the issues and the consequences is one that it's going to take a lot of iteration and a lot of work. And we're certainly very mindful of the need to make progress with this. If I might, Theo, can I ask you, is there anything more in relation to our contacts and our engagement in the Cross Whitehall piece that we can add, please?
Thank you. I think you've covered it fairly well, Catherine. I mean, we are plugged into the work streams that are emerging for the Northern Ireland Protocol across Whitehall. We're participating in those and engaged in the planning work. We also have good links already into the parts of DEFRA that are leading this work, who we need to work very closely with. So I feel that we're in the right place, but like our colleagues in other government departments, this work is really in its infancy, and so there's still quite a long way to go.
Thank you, Thea. I've got Mark, Ruth, and then if there are any more just exploratory points, perhaps we could pick them up offline. Mark.
Thank you, Chair. Catherine, there's one specific point I wanted to ask you and one much more general point. You refer in your report to IPAFs and having a higher degree of confidence, which I'm reading to be that the confidence is not as high as it could be. I'm interested to know what the risks to food safety might be if IPAFs can't deliver everything that we need it to deliver. And on a much more general note, you've referred to delivering at pace, and we've seen references to agility and delivering at pace in a number of papers. I'm interested to know whether the structures and perhaps more importantly the culture of the organisation is aligned with that ambition to be agile and deliver at pace.
We wouldn't have got to this point at EU exit if we'd not been, I don't think. But can I add on to the IPAFs question before you, because I had a question about IPAFs, which is, it's an observation. I don't want us to lose sight of the need to press on to DEFRA ministers that we want IPAFs switching on for high risk and products, food of animal origin products that are coming from the EU. We want that to be switched on for those notifications within a reasonably short period of time after the transition period. That's been a consistent position from the FSA, and it's really important that we don't lose sight of that. It is a critical component for us. So that adds to the IPAFs question.
Yes, thank you. And in your comment there, Chair, you have the seed of the response that I was going to give, which is that, of course, as we enter into the transition period, the need for the IPAF system is arguably in abeyance, because the expectation is we will continue to be using the EU system traces. So we are working on the basis that will continue. There's a wrinkle in this because, as part of the new official controls legislation, which came fully into effect in December of last year, the Commission is developing a new iteration of traces, and it's been very interesting because we have experienced issues with accessibility of this new system, but so have other member states. So whilst initially we were being told this was a kind of sort of UK problem and a consequence of us leaving, I think it's become abundantly clear that there are continuing to be issues that the Commission is going to need to sort out for other member states. So for the time being, we are expecting the Traces platform, whether as they're now taken to calling it classic, or the new iteration, will be what we'll be using here. So at one level, this is a problem that now, or an issue that now is further away from us than it once was, but absolutely it still remains a concern for us to be fully sighted on and influencing DEFRA's plans in relation to this, for this is the DEFRA-led piece of work, and absolutely take the point that the Chair has made, that the functionality in relation to high-risk food is a thing that we are continuing to press with DEFRA and will not lose sight of, for we do regard this as a key component here. I think we are we will continue to monitor this, and we have the capability and know what we would need to do to stand up contingency arrangement if that were necessary, but we are hopeful for the time being that it's not going to be necessary. So I think to that extent the risk is reducing, but because it is not a thing fully in our control, I think we cannot eliminate the risk from us. Thank you.
And then Ruth, thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the discussion on the Northern Ireland Protocol, and it's reassuring to hear how Northern Ireland and Westminster interests are being explored. And just to confirm that the Welsh consumer interests are featuring in those discussions, it'd just be helpful to explain how those interests are being incorporated into the work that you're doing, obviously given the import-export flow of food through Wales. Do you want to comment on that?
Thank you very much, Ruth. And yes, it's a very fair challenge, and it is indeed one we are fully sighted on, that as we begin to iterate through the issues in relation to the Northern Ireland Protocol and what it means, we have to think about what that means for the 3 countries of GB as part of that process, and that's got to be a very active consideration for us. And certainly it's our plan and expectation to involve fully colleagues from within the office in Cardiff and our colleagues in FSS in working collaboratively, as we have done to date, to identify what the issues are and how we can find the solutions for it. So yes, absolutely, it is a key concern for us to make sure that this is properly prosecuted as a 4-nation issue. Thank you.
I wanted to raise one related point, which is you may have seen some coverage over the last couple of weeks of a renewed call from the National Farmers Union for the government to set up it's calling a Food Standards Committee to advise on whether production standards for imported food matches those that are imposed on domestic food producers. And it does seem to me that there's a risk of creating some confusion in the public's minds about where food standards sits as a result of this. It's not for us to be part of the NFU's concerns about whether there's a level playing field or not, but we are being very clear with government that I think we would caution against creating new arrangements which risk confusing both consumers and businesses about where responsibility for food standards sit, particularly when our departmental title is food standards. And also, it's not helpful to duplicate the remit of bodies. We will end up with conflicting advice, potentially one coming from the consumer perspective, which is the interest that we put first, and one taking account of a business perspective. And we should look back to the history of the formation of the Food Standards Agency to understand which of those needs to come first. So we are flagging that we don't think it would best serve the consumer to have advice in this area coming from another body, and that the FSA's duty is not only one around food safety. We have a statutory obligation to protect the consumer's wider interests in relation to food. So I just wanted to check that out with the board in terms of whether you had sort of looked at that emerging argument in a similar way, because that's the development of discussion that we're trying to take forward in terms of making sure that we don't unwittingly end up with a rather confusing picture that doesn't necessarily help advance everyone's good objectives. I don't know if, Emily, you want to say anything about that or not.
Only to agree with everything you said. Yeah.
Tim.
I think as a new member to the board, but also as a producer, I think it'd be very confusing if there were more than one source of authority and advice in this matter. I think there needs to be a singular approach and properly resourced, but I think just to avoid confusion and also to give clarity to consumers about where to look.
Thank you very much. Theo, Catherine, thank you very much indeed. We'll be seeing Catherine again later. We might be seeing Theo again later, are we? No, he gets to escape. And we are moving on to modernising regulation.
Great. Thank you. And again, I'm going to start with some thank yous for this work. So a huge thank you to Maria Jennings, Michael Jackson, Paul Morrison and others for their input into this paper, and to the EMT for their consideration of it over time. Our regulatory system for food is constructed of the Food Standards Agency, which is the central competent authority, which is responsible for making sure the system works, and then getting on for 400 competent authorities, so local authorities who operate the official controls and make sure that businesses provide food that is safe and is what it says it is. For some time, the FSA has had an ambition, as set out at the beginning of this paper, to design an effective, proportionate, risk-based, robust regulatory system that brings this system into line with a globalised and industrialised, advanced, convenient food industry. And this is a challenge. We have local authorities and the FSA operating a set of official controls, often based on going and inspecting establishments, and a food industry that delivers food online in a very convenient manner to consumers. So we've been working on this for some time, and when this programme, the Regulating Our Future programme, was launched, EU exit came along very shortly on its heels. So the agency has actually been working jointly on reforming the regulatory system and preparing for EU exit. This paper reflects on that and says, actually, we think we've concluded the first phase of that work, and we now need to move into our next phase. And what I'm keen to do today is to confirm with the board that you agree with our definition of the problem, that you agree with our lessons learned from the previous phase, that you agree with our proposed priorities, and that you sign up to the constraints that are articulated at the end of the paper, because they're very significant in terms of thinking through what we actually do. My sense of what the Food Standards Agency has enabled so far is that we have put down the underpinnings of the system. So the unified view, which gives a view of food businesses, the registering a food business tool, which allows new businesses to register from a mobile phone, the back of their kitchen if they need, and a number of other factors, elements to the regulatory system which put down foundations for having a more proportionate, tailored, data-driven approach. So that is increasingly coming online, or those foundations have been set. But there are still problems that need solving, and paragraph 2.1 describes the issues that we are still grappling with in the food regulatory system. Some of them were touched on a little by Julie's paper on strategic surveillance, but things like data needs to flow around the system. Can local authorities prioritise their resource to risk? How does an establishment-based approach match up to an online sales approach? These are still things that need addressing, and that's all in the context of declining resource in local authorities too. So the first question to the board is, do you agree with that definition of the problem? In terms of our lessons learned, section 4 covers these. We've made some progress. We have achieved change. The digital tools particularly have helped us achieve change. But we also have learned that change in this multi-agency landscape takes time, and we need to be quite clever about the levers and tools that we have, whether it's the Food Law Code of Practice, the digital tools we can offer to local authorities, using things like data standards in order to achieve the expectations we have. And data sharing becomes a key enabler. So in the light of all of that, our proposition is that we refresh the work programme, and that we first of all need to focus more than we have done on the target operating model. The previous work did not surface in a very explicit way the assumptions we were making about the FSA as a central competent authority and the role of the competent authorities. There are certain aspects of work that probably need to tweak some of those roles. So, for example, the FSA needs to take on a stronger role in terms of setting data sharing standards. And we have not yet solved who is leading in the online sales space in a way that I think would satisfy this board. I don't necessarily think it's for the FSA to do that, but the FSA is responsible for calling out there's a gap and proposing options for filling that gap. So that target operating model piece, what roles and responsibilities sit with the FSA and sit with competent authorities, how do we organise ourselves, must be addressed in a bigger way than we have done up till now. Secondly, as it has up till now, surveillance and data needs to be a key part of the work. The sophisticated risk assessment piece is essential. We've started some work on segmentation. That now becomes a major plank of this reform programme. And we need to look at it not just from the FSA's point of view, where we've got a risk engine that we can use, but one that we can share with local authorities that they can also be using. And then finally, there's this issue around skills for the job. We know that there is potentially sort of almost over-professionalisation of some of the simpler roles. The FSA can help liberate more resource locally so that local authorities can recruit into some of the vacancies they're struggling to fill. And those, in our view, need to be the 4 planks of this work. That means, as a consequence, that some of the things that have been in the Regulating Our Future programme are going to get less priority. So, for example, the work on food safety culture, which had been a part of the programme, may feed into our sophisticated risk assessment work, but it won't be such a core plank as it has been up till now. The last thing I wanted to turn to was the constraints. So it's easy to come in, as I am as a new chief executive, and want to think, well, we shouldn't start from here, we should just rewrite the system. So wouldn't it be good if we could just do massive structural reform, or if we could solve the resourcing problem and get more resources in? I think it's really important for us to recognise the limits of our ability to achieve change and to operate within them. So I just want to make sure the board agrees that the first constraint is that we're not expecting major structural reform. That would be a matter for primary legislation, for ministers. We need to operate within the system that we have and use the levers and tools that we do have. And secondly, on the resourcing question, we aren't going to be able to wave a magic wand and solve resourcing issues, but there are a number of things we can do. So we can help local authorities target their resources to risk with some of the data tools that we're describing. We can shine a light on whether the resources are sufficient and comment when they're not. And we can explore different funding models to offer options to ministers, even if we're not the deciders on those options. So I just want to check those constraints fit with where the board is at. Just to conclude, this is an extremely important priority for the FSA over the next few years. It is the core of our work. How do the regulators organise themselves and have an effective set of controls that are proportionate and consistent and deal with the risks that are there for consumers? So that, in a sense, nothing could be more important than this, but we need the board's guidance to make sure we shape this work in the right way.
Emily, thank you very much. Just to try to get some structure around this, can we just break up the paper a bit and first of all just focus on that restatement of the problem, the definition of the problem that Emily's included here, and confirm that we agree that that still reflects the challenge that we are anticipating and trying to be ready to address. It has always been the view of this board that you can't, when it comes to the food system, wait for it to break and then try to run round and fix it. You have to anticipate the risks and the challenges ahead and put in place the right structure so that those crises don't occur. But I think that's been articulated very clearly here in terms of the problem that we're trying to fix. And we're happy with that.
And I'm going to say something more. Not defining the problem clearly is a strategic issue for the programme. If we're not clear what problem we're trying to solve, then we will head off in the wrong direction. So I'm glad there's no comment because you're agreeing with our analysis, but I don't want you to be under any illusion that this is a key moment for the board.
Yeah. It's an absolutely key moment for the board. I completely agree with you about that. And I think it's also, for me, it's about where the board begins, because you pose in the paper the question about sort of the role of the FSA itself, post-EU exit, the reinterpretation of central competent authority. And I think the board is in a place where we think it is our responsibility to ensure that there is a fit-for-purpose regime. And it is our responsibility to require everyone in the food system to fulfil their responsibilities. And it is our responsibility to hold them account for doing that. And it is our responsibility to call out when the system's failing or when people aren't fulfilling, or parts of the system aren't fulfilling their responsibilities. And that's all embodied in our assurance role. And I think the way you've defined the problem also reflects the board's ambition for where it wants to see the FSA. That's not necessarily where we are at the moment, because we have a slightly more confused set of roles and responsibilities ourselves, or diverse set of roles and responsibilities than fitting within that. And I also, because we don't have levers in the way that perhaps the outside world might expect we have, do this, do that, do the other. It's not quite so simple. Then we have to be more nuanced in how we try to deliver that function. But I think that's what we believe the role of the FSA itself should be in this system, and that's why our ownership of that problem is really important. That's my halfpenny for starters, anyway. Right, so then the lessons learned, is there anything that anybody wishes to add on that? And the progress that's been made. I know I'm like a broken record on this. I particularly think in terms of creating the unified view, it's very easy to write it and very easy to forget just how much work went into doing something that was apparently impossible to do. So priorities and constraints, can we focus in that area then, and input from the board around that? Colm.
I'm happy to start. I think around the constraints, and I don't disagree with the constraints as articulated, but I suppose this is something we'll have to do in partnership with others, you know, and great to see the definition of the central competent authority and the competent authorities within the local authorities. But are we clear and agreed with our partners about what the barriers are to moving this forward at pace? You know, I think it would be simplistic to suggest that we haven't been able to move as quickly because of EU exit, because that implies that as EU exit comes to an end, that frees up resource, and I don't think that's the case. So are we clear what the barriers to moving the programme forward with pace are, and agreed with that? And even in something working in partnership, what can we do to work in partnership? And I think the point you made, Emily, as you went through the paper about looking at the staffing situation, because there has been real difficulty around AHOs and things like that. Do we have the profession on board? So it's not just the local authorities, it's the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health and so forth. Do we have all of the partners on board with an understanding and an agreement of what these solutions might look like?
Maria can no doubt add to my analysis too. I mean, in terms of the barriers to moving forward, none of them will be a surprise to you. So, and they are quite varied. So there's a resource barrier. Yeah. You know, is there enough money in the system to do what's needed? There is a staffing issue. So some local authorities are struggling to fill posts. Some of the requirements, including the ones that we've set around professional skills, are for particular roles are quite high. We need to review that. There are also barriers around the law in terms of data sharing. So we need to, going back to Julie's points earlier about the data infrastructure that sits behind an intelligent system, we really need to get on top of those. It sounds quite dull, but in order to do some of the really whizzy things in Julie's paper, to use blockchain or artificial intelligence, the underpinnings around data sharing, data trust and data ethics are essential. So we need to deal with those. And then I think there's the other barrier is that I would name here is the one about roles and responsibilities, making sure that the areas which competent authorities feel are theirs to do or feel are not theirs to do, that there is a common understanding of that. I think that's the advantage of the FSA, that we have that responsibility to look across the system and determine if things are falling between the cracks. And it's that we need to surface in our operating model work.
I think, sorry, if we go back on that, the key to it really is making sure that we as a central competent authority and our partners as competent authorities agree the rules of the game, and therefore we close down the cracks that things can fall between. And I think, you know, the reality is that we're not going to have, I don't think in the short term, or even the medium term, sufficient qualified staff. So we do need to look at how we can achieve the outcomes we're seeking to achieve with that reality.
I think that's right, and I think we also have a couple of models where we've done that well recently. So setting up the National Food Crime Unit, we've got a memorandum of understanding with the National Trading Standards, which sets out roles and responsibilities, and the same thing with our feed work, where we've set out roles and responsibilities. So I think we have models we can draw on. We need to have exactly the same clarity for the rest of the work. And Maria, I don't know if you want to supplement that.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, just to add that our strategic engagement structures have been really helpful in this regard. So our implementation group that we speak to involves the Chief Executive of the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health, for example, who is really supportive of the work that we're doing and understands why we're doing what we're doing. And we have taken that group through the process of developing this board paper. But because actually that organisation represents environmental health officers who are both in the public sector and also in the private sector, so they can really see the benefit of, for example, a competency framework that would allow more people to come into the system to take the pressure off in terms of resources, but also on the trade and standards side as well. We also work very closely with the regional groupings of both food safety, the food safety group and the trade and standards group. So, and we have been taking them through the conversations that we've been having as well, and we will continue to work with them. So definitely we have those structures and they work well.
So I think that is all reinforcing what's in 5.1, which are the priorities, getting the roles clear, collecting and disseminating data. That goes back to our original ambition that we use data as effectively as we possibly can to make better informed decisions, the sophisticated risk assessment that can be driven by it, and the skills for the job. Those, you're raising the things that absolutely are at the core of the reset that's being proposed. Ruth.
Just to really welcome, first of all, an account of the achievements so far. And we set off on a sort of open policy-making approach, exploring lots of options and so on. And I think it's really very timely now to set out the target operating model so that people can focus on the process going forward. And I think that will help local authorities to be clear on their roles in particular, but also inform SR20. I see the constraints. It's not for us to make those decisions, but if we're absolutely clear what we expect of those authorities, it gives us a working basis on the necessary resource to do the job to the standards we expect. On the workforce issue, I accept that we're seeing real gaps emerging. Even where authorities have got resources, they can't recruit. One option is to change the competencies you need for certain types of tasks, but I do think we as an FSA have a convening role to make sure there is a training pipeline for the range of professionals that we need, not just in environmental health, trading standards, laboratory. There's a whole set of interests that we have, and I do think we can have a voice in pushing all the relevant agencies to make sure there is an effective training package, and that may be part of the SR20 conversation about a workforce for the future across all the competencies and professions that we need. And just to put on record, there is now a Welsh Food Law Enforcement Committee that was set up at its first meeting in October. And this is cross-cutting, public sector, consumer interests and so on. And it will meet again in a couple of weeks. And I think it's a real opportunity to engage them in this process in Wales. And I know there's quite an enthusiasm to take forward the work through that process. So they will be liaising closely with the Welsh Food Advisory Committee, and we'll watch with interest to see how that can be used as a mechanism to make rapid progress.
Dave.
Thank you. It's a really useful time to be reconsidering this paper and understanding where we've got to. And we spoke about roles and responsibilities, and I kind of think one of the key roles of the board in this is to hold the ambition. because we need, as an organisation, to have ambition, and we need to be ambitious with this programme. And I feel very strongly, I think, that is something that's incumbent upon us as a board to ensure we support our team in holding on to that ambition and being able to deliver it. It has been a probably pretty frustrating time in some respects in trying to deliver WOF to date because of the distractions caused by leaving the European Union. But now we're here. We've landed in a place where we're likely to be under greater scrutiny because of trade issues. And we're also landed in a place where the food system might be exposed to greater stress because of, we've all read the stories around agricultural workers. It will be the same in the food system. We may have a lesser supply of workers from our European Union partners, and also some of the impacts of living wage could put some stress on the food industry, as well as we are, I suppose, unfortunate enough to employ many people on those lower salaries. However, what we have done over the last 3 or 4 years is create a really strong foundation. We've tested out quite a lot of different parts of the regulatory reform programme, so we know those which have landed well and those which have landed less well. And probably more importantly, we've found in our partners where the most pioneering organisations are, and also where some of those that are a little bit more reluctant. So that should enable us now to move forward on that foundation that we've created. I very much support the work programme that we've put together here. I think we do need maybe just a little bit of perspective and not get too distracted by online. Online is important. However, it's still a relatively small part of the market, and actually even that part of the market is often supplied by non-online establishments. So I think in many respects the benefit of online and the way that we can work with aggregators to use food safety is a strong opportunity, but just make sure we don't get too distracted by the online bits. Just a note of caution there, that's all. I look forward though to seeing the work programme coming back to the next meeting. I look forward to it recognising the opportunity to move at pace. Now we've created that foundation, and I guess I'm looking to see some bravery in it as well. I mean, Sir Humphrey would be terrified at that from my Prime Minister days when I was watching that on TV. However, we've got to accept the realisms that there are out there at the moment. We have to accept some aspects which some of our partners might find harder to appreciate, that those skills aren't necessarily going to be easily replaceable, and we will have to, I think, consider how we deliver some of those controls. And again, over the parallel, you go to an optician's now, it's such a different experience to 30 years ago, where they've managed to chunk it down into deliverable aspects for less skilled people to be able to deliver, and we do need to make sure we're using all the resources that are available out there, so the second, third party audits we've discussed and how we can feed that data into our system. We have the opportunity to create a new regulatory framework that increases the efficiency, becomes even more effective than it is now, and actually leaves the real dedicated professionals, both within our organisation and with our local authorities, freed up to give the support to the food system that it's going to need in that period of greater scrutiny that we have. And it's that ambition that I'd love to see coming through in the work programme that we review at the next meeting.
Thanks, Dave. Anyone else? I know it's very possible to follow Dave on all of those comments, and put so brilliantly. Anything else that you're missing in terms of that, Emily?
really helpful. So we're clear message to be ambitious, clear message to think clearly about the barriers, and take those on board as we do the next piece. We'll be bringing this back to the board in a more concrete way in March, with projects and so on. Just in passing, I'll just note that we are hoping to change the name. Our current suggestion is the Official Control Modernisation Programme.
Don't ask the board to give you a name for a programme. We'll have a view for the next hour on that.
We haven't. We're going to try that on for size for a bit and see if it fits. Just last comment, really. One of my, having been in government for 20 years, one of the things I have loved is the marriage between big, ambitious objectives, particularly from politicians, combined with the practical sense-making and delivery skills of civil servants. I think that's what we need to achieve here. We do need the board to hold a big ambition and hold us to account for that. And we also need to make sure that we've worked out the devil in the detail and have worked through the practicalities in a realistic fashion.
I think that we're also asking everybody in the department and all our partners who are part of this to stop thinking that there's no burning platform. We delivered amazing things in being ready for EU exit because there was a hard deadline that had to be met. And we need to create that same sense of momentum around this, because the burning platform is that there is a fault. And we can't, as I said earlier, we can't wait for there to be a fault or a fail. So it's getting across to everybody that this is us fulfilling our duty to make sure this system continues to work for the future, not waiting for it to break. And that's really the kind of sense of momentum I think we're trying to get across, and the importance of pace to the board on this is captured in that. But more to do on that then in March. We'll turn next to our food hypersensitivity strategy, where Rebecca, is anyone joining us? Michael's joining us as well.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just also to note that joining us around the table we have Michael White, Deputy Director of Food Policy, and Christina Baskaran, Head of Chemical Safety, which also covers food hypersensitivity. So thank you very much. And I'm really pleased to be bringing this paper to the board today. It's the first opportunity for the board to consider together the shape of the strategy as we've set it out, and to show you the results of some of the thinking that we've been doing across the FSA and with colleagues in the devolved administrations over the past months. So in terms of the way in which we've shaped the strategy, you have here a restatement of the ambition, which we have discussed before. You can see the objective that we have set for the programme, and you can see how we've organised the programme into a series of themes: safety, trust and choice, and some of the key activities that will be taking place under those different themes. And I think it's important to say that all of those three themes are equally important, and they need to work together in order to deliver the step change in the consumer experience that we want to do as a result of this new strategy. And I note in particular that one of the written questions that we received at the beginning of the session asked whether increased activity in this area and the way in which we regulate might have a perverse impact of deterring businesses from welcoming food hypersensitive consumers and giving them a great service. And I just want to re-emphasise the importance of choice in our strategy. If that happened, we would have failed. It's imperative that food hypersensitive consumers can participate as fully as possible in our food culture, and that's exactly what our strategy is designed to deliver. So the paper shows the progress that we've made so far, and also there is an update on the current priorities. We have a lot of different projects that are very live at the moment. It also acknowledges that there is more to do, so it shows how we are proposing to phase the work in this area. we have also given some consideration to the resourcing required. Before Christmas, we reviewed the resourcing that we have available at the moment, and we have a plan now and resources approved to recruit up to some vacancies in the team and expand our resourcing in this area. But as we discussed earlier, food hypersensitivity and the food hypersensitivity strategy is a strategic priority for the FSA. In order to deliver in the way that we want to, we will need to set that against the other things, the other choices that we have going forward. And looking a little bit further ahead, we've said that the strategy as we're viewing it at the moment is a 5-year strategy. That doesn't mean it will end there, but as part of looking to the future, we will also be thinking about how we make a really good case when we make our spending review case to the Treasury, setting the financial framework for the FSA and for work in this area for the years beyond the next financial year. In terms of where we are in the work underway at the moment, there are a few things I'd like to draw your attention to. Firstly, the work on the PPDS labelling changes, pre-packed for direct sale, where we will very shortly be publishing our updated technical guidance that sets out exactly what those changes will involve, and we will be undertaking a short consultation period on that. I'd also like to highlight the work we are doing with the Science Council, and we're really grateful for their support and input in this area. They will be absolutely key in helping us shape the development of the evidence base in this area, and that is another really important part of the strategy. We know that there is a lot more that we need to understand about allergy and food hypersensitivity, and we are also looking forward to consulting more widely with public and external stakeholders about their views around the key questions that we need to answer. So we'll be working with the Science Council on that. They have formed a working group under the leadership of Dr. Paul Turner, and we've been engaging with them very constructively. Two final things to mention in terms of current priorities. We're making progress with what we had been calling the near-miss reporting scheme. So you'll see that improving our ability to understand the incidence of allergic reactions and reactions related to food is really important. We've slightly changed the name. We're now referring to that as the Food Allergic Reaction Reporting Mechanism. Using the terminology near miss wasn't necessarily so easy to understand, but we're just reaching the end of what we've called the discovery phase on that project, working in partnership with our colleagues in IT and digital to understand what the best options are going to be there. And then finally, to note that over the next 6 to 9 months, we'll be rolling out some further waves of our public information and public awareness campaigns, drawing on research into the effectiveness of the previous campaigns, which you will have known under the hashtag Easy to Ask branding. And following some of that feedback, what we'll be doing is we'll be taking a more segmented approach, and the first campaign will be focusing in particular on business, followed up later in the year with some further public information campaigns for consumers, just to make sure that everybody understands their responsibilities and are given the support and the information that they need in order to be able to get the information that they need in order to manage the risks associated with allergy and food hypersensitivity. So that's a quick run through of what's in the paper, and we're inviting the board today to consider and comment on the strategic approach, and also to note and review progress against the current priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. And we did have some questions from the public that board members might wish to reflect in this. Mary.
Well, just really want to pick up that point of Darryl Thompson's about collaborative and cross-sector workshops to ensure that we do have the external stakeholder group, but I think it's really important that we bring in commentary from right across the piece, not just our in-house group. Given the very large number of very small businesses who are going to, I know you've put it in Safer Food, Better Business, but there are going to be very real challenges with implementing this, and it's really important for consumer trust that we do implement it properly, which means it's got to be really achievable for those little businesses to do that.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, yes. So I think the question, as you say, noted the benefits of bringing together business, consumer representatives from different sectors, and asked whether we would be doing that as part of our future strategy development. And yes, of course, I think that's a very good approach. And I would also note that we have an event coming up in February, our allergy symposium, which will bring together a number of different representatives from different sectors and enable us to start that dialogue.
Ruth.
First of all, to welcome the progress on the what's now called food allergy reporting mechanism, if I got that right. I think it has parallels with approaches that have been taken with patient safety reporting, incidents, and also things like the yellow card system. So it will hopefully give us insight into the sorts of things that are happening and inform future work. Just in terms of partnership working, one of the key areas for me, and in terms of how we best support individuals, is making sure that they have access to a diagnosis. Now, that's not our responsibility, but the consequences thereof from there are substantial. So I just wanted to sort of emphasise the role that the National Health Service needs to play in making sure that we have a package of developments, if you like, that support individuals to best manage their particular circumstances, and also that we're exploring shared research with the Health Service on aspects of different types of allergies that people are dealing with. So just to it doesn't feature in here, but it may be implicit, but I do think we need to help the NHS realise the scale of what's happening and the support that people need to best manage their particular conditions. And I should have also put on record a personal interest because I've got adult onset food allergy. But are you engaging with the NHS is my question.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I agree that that there's a lot we can do in partnership with the NHS, health services, and other public health agencies. So we've given some thought to the scope of the strategy and the programme in particular, and the way in which we've been thinking of it is that there's a bit that is clearly within the FSA's remit, and clearly for us to lead and deliver and absolutely take forward, and that's the core of what we're doing. There's then a circle outside that, if you view this in terms of a series of concentric circles, the next sphere of influence, where working across government, as you say, with Department of Health, other public agencies, different parts of the health services, we can join up much better, as you say, opportunities for collaboration on projects as well as on research, and one area that comes up again and again is how we can gather the right data to inform our policy and strategy, and how we can share that data. So it goes back to some of the discussions we were having earlier, and this also applies actually in some other aspects around data sharing between business. So that's going to be really key as we move forward with this strategy. Absolutely, we need to work in partnership, and we'll be doing that as we take this out now across government more widely and with our external stakeholders. Tim.
In the time. And I guess one of my questions kind of follows on from Ruth's in a sense, but not about so much health, but about education, particularly with younger generations, and to overcome a reticence sometimes to want to find out about their own risk status. And I think the risks here are one of at throwing a dice every time somebody who's unaware of their sensitivities goes into any outlet, even where that outlet has made best intention to advise or say what the issues are. So I just wondered what the relationships have been around education, and I guess also about publicity, particularly targeted at the younger generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, again, really good questions. So in terms of in terms of how, when you say education, in terms of the formal education sector, we would normally approach that by working through others. And I believe in the past we have been part of some joint projects which look at how food in school can be made safe, and how issues around allergy and food hypersensitivity can be introduced in the right way. In terms of supporting young people in particular to understand their own condition and have the confidence and the ability and the support, frankly, around them to ask the right question at the right time, which we know can be daunting and stressful in a busy restaurant environment when you're you're surrounded by your peers. That's what our previous focus for our public awareness and campaigning was, very much aimed at young people. That's why it was the hashtag easy to ask branding was chosen. And in fact, as I said, our evaluation and research suggests that we need to be even more focused. And so as we move forward over the course of next year, as we plan the next phase of our public awareness campaign, we'll be looking in more detail at how we can really get through to the young people who need to feel supported and gain confidence in order to ask those questions, and how we can communicate the way in which responsibilities need to be shared. So the responsibility is not only on the individual to be able to ask the right questions, it's also on the business to be able to understand the information that they need to provide and be proactive and supportive and create the right environment in which that exchange of information can take place.
Just before I hand over to Colm, pick up on a point on that, because the board's taken the view in the past around this whole area of what do we do to make life better for people with a food allergy or intolerance, that we're talking about 2 million plus people in the country, but we've actually taken the view that the sharp and pointy end of that is the 16 to 24-year-olds. Those are the most at risk, because all the evidence shows us they're disproportionately likely to die because of all the behavioural things that we understand and the cultural things, and them managing their condition themselves for the first time as they step out of the home environment. So I think it's really important that we are clear that that is a component that's driving us, that when we think about a proportionate response, we are weighing the 16 to 24-year-old particularly in the way that we determine a proportionate response, because that has influenced the decisions the board's already taken. And a concern I have around that is we're 16 to 24-year-olds and they're eating from takeaways. We know takeaways are much lower scoring on FHRS as a rule. If you start to look at the data there, I think 1 in 10 takeaways get a 0, 1 or 2 rating on FHRS. We know there could be difficulties around language barriers and other challenges in terms of accessing those sorts of food outlets. So I'm keen to make sure, as we think about the 16 to 24-year-olds, we're tackling the PPDS issue, which clearly has come to light significantly through that age group. But I'm also keen that we don't overlook those other particularly acute areas where 16 to 24-year-olds might be putting themselves at risk. Colm.
Chair, thank you. Can I thank the team for the paper and for the work that's been done in a very short space of time over the course of the last 7 or 8 months, so congratulations on that. Just 2 small points to raise, and the paper does reference the work done in both Northern Ireland and Wales with our advisory committees in the early stages of this, and fully endorse the 4-country approach to it, but from a Northern Ireland perspective, a little more than a little interest in the 5th country approach, so with the Republic of Ireland, and particularly given the implications of the Northern Ireland Protocol and a de facto open border beyond beginning of 21 with the Irish Republic, and how do we ensure that food moving quite freely across the border, particularly PPDS, is fit for purpose in terms of our regulation. The other question is really, and again this came up in the discussions in Northern Ireland, and it's around small business, you know, and the challenges on small business, and that this is clearly not a Northern Ireland only issue. This is across the 4 countries. It's clearly not our responsibility but surely there's some government responsibility to provide some level of support for small business, and what are we doing with other government departments to make sure that they get the support they need so this gets the level of enforcement.
Thank you.
I'll let Mary ask her question next, and then you can come back. And Mary and Margaret.
Well, slightly following on from that question of Colm's, but also your comments about takeaways. A brilliant paper, but one thing that's missing for me is the relationship, if any discussion of the relationship with the FHRS scheme in relation to, whether we're going to ask local authorities to actually do that, if you like, that education piece with business, or the regulation piece with business, which would have the greatest impact, but also, of course, would give additional resource constraints in those businesses, for those local authorities.
And Margaret?
Just to add to what you said, Heather, first of all, I have a son, 21-year-old, who carries EpiPens, etc., has the allergies. And you're absolutely right, takeaways are an issue, but also the online deliveries of those takeaways are an issue, and the confused labelling, an assumption that may contain maybe back covering, and therefore they can take a risk. So with regard to this paper, a couple of things. I think it's really timely that work's now going to be done on pulling together the most up-to-date research. I'm particularly interested in whether processing in oils and things, does that remove the allergen, to what extent that happens, and also the degree to which allergens may differ in people. I think that's where a lot of it is developing, but bringing that together and so that we can give clearer messages than perhaps we're giving at the moment. I think the more we can be ahead of the game and not, as I said before, reacting, that's important. And then finally, one very specific question, alcohol allergen labelling. Is that our responsibility? And I'm including spirits in that because quite a lot of spirits and gins and things contain nuts, and that's not on the labels.
Over to you.
Great, thank you. So there are quite a number of questions there, and I've done my best to make a note of them all. So if I overlook any points, then do let me know. So perhaps starting with the issue raised by Colm around the Northern Ireland Protocol and the relationship with the Republic of Ireland and how we ensure that goods flowing across the border meet the right standards. I think I would say that the issues, there are certainly issues, I think, around people's ability to understand the information that they're getting on allergens, but I'm not sure that they're different from the general issues that you might encounter. I don't know if there is anything further that Maria would like to add on that point, but it's certainly one to bear in mind.
Yes, very happy to, Rebecca. How closely we work with the Food Safety Authority of Ireland is really key in this space. So we have been working over a number of years with the Food Safety Authority, and they have great concerns obviously about allergies as well. And I'm going to make a little plug for our MenuCal tool that was developed together on an all-island basis to allow businesses to put their recipes into that tool and get the allergy information back out. So it's a really simple way of allowing businesses to comply. We continue to meet the Food Safety Authority on a monthly basis, and these issues are discussed. It's top of the agenda.
Actually, I should have said one really good example of how we've been benefiting from that involvement of our Northern Ireland colleagues is that they have put us in touch with the relevant people in the Republic of Ireland as regards recent communications campaigns that have been run there, because obviously in the public communication, information flows across the border just as products do. So we have got some really good examples of where we are joining up where we can to make sure that information is consistently presented presented. You also asked or made the point about small businesses, which I know has been raised before also by a number of people around this table, and the importance of supporting small businesses to meet the obligations, particularly around the new labelling regulations, but also to understand their responsibilities in this area. And I think that also brings in some of the questions that have been asked in particular around takeaways, which may also be small businesses, not exclusively, I understand, but in some cases. And again, I'd like to say that we're working very closely with Maria and her colleagues in terms of all of the advice and support that's available. We know that this is a sector that does need that additional advice and support. I think that the way in which the information is currently presented is tailored well to their needs. It's set out very clearly. We do our best to go out and make sure that we are in the places where we can reach those stakeholders. So, for example, we had an FSA presence at the recent Takeaway Expo, which took place, so that we were able to have people there who could engage with as many stakeholders as possible. And I know that allergy was one of the most frequently asked questions at that event, and is also, it's becoming an increasing theme when we go out to speak to stakeholders, whether it's enforcement officers, industry representatives, and particular business sectors. Regardless of whether the engagement was allergy themed, allergy questions are the ones that we're getting. So we're doing all that we can to support people in that area. Mary, I think, asked about the opportunities for providing that clear at-a-glance information for consumers along the lines of the FRHS scheme, and we've discussed before at this board whether the FHRS scheme can be adapted or strengthened or clarified to include some information about allergy. That is something that we've done some early thinking around the steps that we would need to go through in order to start scoping that work. I think it's that is one of those things where if you think about the amount of resource, preparation, planning, research, and the challenges of delivering the FRH scheme itself illustrates that would be a very major piece of work, and it's something that we would need to plan for carefully, and we would definitely need substantial extra resources for that. So that's something that we need to plan into our bid going forward, and think about how we prioritise that within the programme overall. But it is something that we are in active discussions about, and we'll keep you updated about what we propose.
I think just on that one, that would be really good, because I think the board were very clear when we discussed this last May that we saw real attractions. We needed to be persuaded against the attractions of doing something with FHRS because of its level of consumer recognition. So getting that level of understanding would be really useful.
That's great. Well, I can bring that back in our next update. As I said, we've started to have some active discussions now about what it would take to get to the next stage with that thinking. And then we had a question from Margaret about alcohol labelling, which is an interesting point. There are slightly different regulations relating to alcohol labelling. I don't know if Michael or Christina, you'd like to comment on this. If not, well, I can.
Why don't we follow it up afterwards?
Yeah, of course.
We can, it's an important point, so we can make sure it's put on the record as well.
It is an important point. The regulations are slightly different, and we'll follow that up. Yes, Michael.
I would just add, we will follow up, but where allergens are used and present in alcohol, they have to be declared. So, for example, sulfites, as preservatives have to be declared on, you'll find that labelled on wine, for example. We'll take away the nut thing. It depends whether there's any protein left, but we'll find that out for you.
Thank you.
I believe that did cover off.
I think that's covered everything.
Do let me know if
I'll try not to add to it. I think just some observations I picked up partly from going the visit to Barnsley that we had, which there have been points made about the integration with the NHS and the role of the NHS. There are definitely health authorities up and down the country and hospitals up and down the country and individual practitioners who are doing a lot to try to join up that notification process with our local authority or with others, which we really welcome. But we want this to be a systematic way of capturing it. And I think it also includes things like, as always, getting coroner's inquest reports as an interested party, which I don't think necessarily happens automatically. Coroners don't think of that or don't necessarily see us on the list of people to send reports to. And I know that we remain frustrated that there is no duty to notify us of a death that's allergy related in a hospital or that a food business would know about. And some of those gaps in our understanding just hold us back in terms of being able to pursue speedier responses and good policy development to protect allergic consumers. So there are some of those things there. I noted with real disappointment that the response to the Sackler and own label Pesto recall is that those jars in future are going to have precautionary allergen labelling on them. And we're in the interest of giving consumers, yes, safe, but as wide a choice as possible. And here's another example where we have a major recall because of an allergy issue, and then the response to the recall is not to make that product available or to put precautionary label on, which has risks in itself, as we know. So I do think we need to be very clear as a board that we intend to champion this level, this particular area of consumer interest, because we both want to protect people, but we want them to have as wide and fulfilling food lives as they possibly can, and not to be excluded from what else is going on. And we will call out where we think that's not being supported by industry or other action. I think apart from that, Rebecca, you can take it that the board supports the vision and the objectives. We are absolutely committed to this area becoming a much more significant component of our work. And as we've seen through the development of the research agenda, and we'll look again in March, we understand so much more now about allergy and hypersensitivity and the significance in terms of its impact on quality of life and the cost of it as well. Rick, I think, wanted to come in on that.
Just a very quick one, because research and evidence came up a few times. Just to remind everyone, Working Group 5 Science Council is looking at this. It's highlighted in 3.8, the piece of work that's ongoing. So just to highlight that.
I'd like us to invite Paul Turner to come and report to the board in September on the progress of that research, because I think it's another signal about the significance that the board attached to that area. But other than that, we are happy with those comments. Sorry, Julie.
Could I maybe just add another point around the industry generally picking up on their responsibilities, and what we're also keen to do is to ensure that any digital or data innovation within industry, we see that, understand it, and ensure that that is incorporated into plans going forward. So that's also something I think is important for the future.
Thank you. It is just after 11:20. We're going to slightly readjust the agenda because Henry Dimbleby is joining us to talk immediately after our break. So we will reconvene at 12:25, and we will take the discussion of the National Food Strategy then, and then catch up with the international paper after that. Thank you very much.
Planning the perfect occasion for you and your loved ones means leaving nothing to chance. So when it comes to eating out, make sure you check the food hygiene rating before you book a table somewhere. The hygiene rating is given by a food safety officer who checks many different aspects of hygiene performance. These fall into three main categories. First, the officer looks at hygienic handling of food. This includes the preparation and cooking of food, as well as things such as cooling and storage of food products. Next is the cleanliness and condition of facilities. This looks at areas such as cleaning, pest control, maintenance and hand washing facilities. And finally, how the business is managed, to make sure systems and checks are in place to manage food safety, and that all staff know and follow hygiene rules. All these things are taken into account in giving the business its food hygiene rating. These range from 0 at the bottom to 5 at the top. Checking the food hygiene rating means you can make an informed choice when eating out. You'll know standards have been checked, even for the things you don't get to see.
In summer 2016, TNS BMRB engaged 35 members of the public and 24 small businesses in a qualitative research project to help shape the future regulatory model in the UK. Participants' reactions to the 5 principles informing the future regulatory model's design were explored. Firstly, while recognising the current system is far from perfect, the urgency of the change is not clear. Neither FBOs nor the public are feeling the pain in the current model. The 5 principles were broadly agreed with by both the public and FBOs, with the exception of 3 elements, which are less face-to-face regulation, the involvement of third parties, businesses meeting the cost. The public and FBOs accept businesses should be responsible, but neither trust businesses to always act in the consumer's interest because they are profit-driven. Both reject a system that relies just on self-regulation in the absence of inspections. Inspections were seen as critical safeguarding mechanisms that educate businesses and pick up issues that would otherwise go unreported. Views were mixed on who should regulate businesses. Some were concerned privatisation of regulation would result in lower standards. If businesses choose their regulator and pay for inspections, regulators may lower standards to compete for business. Similarly, small FBOs and the public queried businesses meeting the cost of regulations, as it would change the nature of the relationship between regulators and business. However, others were reassured by FSA involvement. So long as inspections took place, they were indifferent to who was doing the inspections. If businesses do need to pay, fees should be annual or at the point of registration and positioned as a service. Both groups were uncomfortable with fees being linked to inspections. The public and small businesses believed establishing a new segmentation, not just based on business size, would be challenging. If it were to be developed, participants thought type of food handled, profitability, and whether or not a food business sells directly to the public should be taken into account in addition to size. The public thought they could be better empowered to play a role in ensuring food safety through having greater awareness of existing feedback mechanisms. This could be achieved by telling people how to complain on receipts and on FHRS ratings. All these findings demonstrate changes to the future model will need to be carefully framed.
Because of my allergies at school, I have to sit on a separate table.
Daily life can be quite challenging because you have to be on the lookout for allergens.
I have to read every label on the back of every packet, every jar.
If the baby has an allergy that is a different one to one of ours, or a type of reaction that we haven't come across ourselves, then that will make it very difficult for us.
I was diagnosed with allergies to wheat and gluten and dairy.
Trying to get Jackson a diagnosis was hard. I didn't realise how much stuff actually contained milk. His teething powders even contain it and was giving him a reaction.
I think Ollie's egg and fish allergies affected him and definitely affected his confidence with food.
We tend to go to the same high street chains purely because they know that they have to produce a detailed allergy menu.
Socialising is one of the biggest challenges because I think I'm making trouble, making life difficult.
I went on a date last year with a guy who was allergic to a lot of things as well as me. We were walking around the shopping centre and he was like, I can't go there. And then I went to the next one, I was like, I can't go there. And then the next one, we just ended up going to a sandwich shop and having a sandwich each.
It's about I can't have it. I can't have it. It's very simple.
It's a matter of health and it's potentially a matter of life and death. It's not about being fussy.
I get itchy and I get hot.
My throat closes to the point where I can't breathe at all. Where we are with allergy rules at the moment is much better than where we were even 5 years ago.
Proper labelling stops him from having an allergic reaction.
Many places now do offer something on their menu.
With the new allergy menus, it makes me going to a restaurant a lot easier. And it does make a big difference and it has had a big impact on our lives.
I would like all of the places that sell food to provide more food that is good to people who have allergies.
At the Food Standards Agency, it's our job to use our expertise and influence so that people can trust that the food they buy and eat is safe and honest. Since 2010, we've spoken to thousands of adults about what they think and do in relationship with food. Results from the survey are really important as they allow us to track changes to consumers' food behaviour and attitudes and help monitor the impact of the Food Hygiene Rating Scheme, informing the development of policy. It also enables us to tailor food safety messages for the general population and groups who are particularly at risk and explore public engagement with food safety. You can use the survey to understand consumer behaviour and choices. For example, in the last month, around 7 in 10 people ate in a restaurant. Just over 5 in 10 ate takeaway food from a restaurant or a takeaway. And around 4 in 10 ate in a cafe or coffee shop. When we asked people to pick from a list of options of what might influence their decision on where they were going to eat, 72% told us hygiene and cleanliness, and 62% said the service. We also ask people about their day-to-day experiences of food and how they prepare and handle food. Since 2012, the number of people following the Food Standard Agency's recommendation that the use-by date is the best indicator of whether food is safe to eat has increased from 65% to 70%. In Northern Ireland, we also ask people about their knowledge of healthy eating recommendations and attitudes towards healthy eating. And we ask people about wider food issues, such as how confident they are that something is what it says it is. We're proud that the data collected by the Food and You survey is really high quality. Every 2 years, we ask people to take part in the survey on the basis of random probability sampling, so you can trust that the results really are representative of the population. Since 2010, we've repeated many of the same questions so that we're able to show if things are changing over time. But we also ask specific questions each year to reflect changing priorities. Thank you for watching this whistle-stop tour of the Food and You survey. To find out more about the survey or how you can access the data, please visit food.gov.uk.
Welcome back, everybody. It's a particular pleasure to be welcoming Henry Dimbleby to our meeting. Thank you very much for finding time for us, Henry. Fresh from your global fame after the Oxford Farming Conference. We couldn't turn on any media outlet without listening to you, but it was all good stuff. Henry is driving the creation of a national food strategy for England, and clearly something very close to our hearts. So it's an opportunity for the board to make its contribution and hear what Henry's about. Over to you. And he's got to go at 12 o'clock, so we're going to keep it snappy.
Thank you very much, Heather, and thank you also for your support, the FSA support more generally on all the work to date, and the ongoing support that you're giving us on metrics and how we think about how we should think about food safety nationally and what metrics we should measure for that. I thought it would be useful to talk a little bit about what we're doing, how we're framing the issues and the broad timing of what we're doing. And then there were a number of questions or comments that you made in the report on the food strategy that, as we just discussed, you're knocking at some of the doors that we're knocking on. And it would be interesting to get the board's thoughts more broadly about where some of those thoughts might lead. In terms of the framing of the strategy, we see the food system today as reflecting a need after the Second World War to feed a global population that was forecast to go from 2.5 billion to 9 billion over the next 100 years. And if you looked at what it was capable of producing, what land per hectare of land was capable of producing in 1945, the typical human response to requiring more food, which had been to plough more land, it simply wouldn't have been possible to have fed that many people from the land. There wasn't enough land available. And so we had the Green Revolution led by Norman Borlaug. We worked out how to improve the genes of our crops, and the tripartite system that he talked about with taking good genes, nitrogen and irrigation, and for the first time in human history we massively increased by a factor of over 10 the amount of calories that we could produce from a hectare of land. And as a result, this century there hasn't been a famine globally which has not been as a result of either poor governance or poor food distribution. We have largely solved the food production problem. We haven't solved the food distribution problem, and that is where hunger exists today. However, that is a kind of an amazing success story. I genuinely do believe it's an amazing success story. You know, food brings an enormous amount of pleasure, sustenance, the quality of food that we have today, the safety of the food that we have today, the availability and the affordability of the food that we have today it would be unimaginable to previous generations. But as we increased the amount of food that was available per head of population, we got heavier. And as we got heavier, we eventually got sick. It's something that actually it's not a short-term phenomenon that's been that's happened since the 80s. It's actually been, our rate has been increasing since 1945 very gradually, and only in the last 20 years have significantly enough numbers of us become obese and severely obese for it to be a health problem. And also, often intentionally with pesticides and herbicides, as we increase the amount of food that we grew from a hectare of land, so we reduce the other life in that hectare of land. And then finally, we have the issue of carbon, which Norman Borlaug could never have known, that every element of the food system, whether it's cutting down of rainforests, the high energy production of nitrogen, pesticides and herbicides, transport, food production involves carbon, and the food system worldwide is estimated to create about 30% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And that is actually something that's, to date, the IPCC and the Climate Change Committee have not been particularly focused on. We've been very focused on transport and energy and not on the farming system. So I see that as a story of hope, in that we have created a system to do one thing, and we can, if we create common leadership and a common vision, we can pivot that system not only to deliver that food, safe food at a good price, but also to recover the environment and to stop making us sick, but that it is those things are quite deeply embedded in quite a very complex, sometimes rather beautiful, interconnected web that is our food system, and we have to be careful that as we go about doing that, we don't create another set of unwanted outcomes. In terms of the timing, we have an interim report that's coming out in the spring, which is intentionally vaguely framed, but we're hoping for some time towards the end of March, early April, which will set out the diagnosis. It will set out in some detail the economic and power dynamics that create the outcomes, good and bad, in the system as we see them today. We will then and that will give us principles. We'll also set out a vision of what we want from our food system in that. So that will give you a starting point A and an arrival point B, and that will give us principles about how we want to change the system to get from A to B. We will then spend the rest of the time working out what the specific actions are that are required of government, of civil society, of business, of citizens, and how we can bring those about. A large number of these actions cannot be calculated economically. There are a number of different ways that you could do this, and a lot of these decisions involve values. For example, what do we as individual citizens feel the role of the state is in helping us to eat better diets? Or what do we want our countryside to look like? How do we feel about food security? A large part of food security is to do with, I believe, to do with emotion rather than just physically how likely it is not to have the food run out. And so after the interim report, we will be launching a series of quite deep dialogues with youth, with businesses, with civil society, and with citizens, which will culminate in a citizens' assembly in the autumn. Some of the actions from the strategy will be delegated to them in some of these areas where they're particularly value-driven decisions, and then I will incorporate them in a final strategy that will be published in the winter, before or after Christmas, not yet decided. And the government has said that it would respond to that with a white paper after 6 months, and then ask me back to review progress after 12 months after that. There were a number of things in your paper that resonated with me. And I would love to get the board's thoughts, not only generally on the strategic approach, and by the way, there's a website, nationalfoodstrategy.org, that goes into that in more detail, but some of the questions that you raised. For example, people often try and create plans, and they get published, and there's a bit of fanfare for a bit, and you go on PM, and then everyone forgets about it and nothing happens. How do we embed this structurally, either in legislation or in the structure or in formal governance? You talked about in your paper about governments more broadly, and I look at we're about to start a kind of number of interviews on this, but looking at the morass of senior governments and the way in which your body has changed, other body has changed, reflect a kind of political history of the food system rather than necessarily being the right governments to deliver the outcomes that we want. So it would be fantastic to get your views on that. You mentioned that you are not a legislative body and that power may not be appropriately vested in various parts of the system. It would be interesting to get your views on that. The role of data, I'm very interested in, which you talk about. And then finally, the role of trade. It strikes me that the one piece that links this all together is trade, and it is problematic not only on carbon, where we define our carbon targets as being production targets. It just simply makes no sense to define our carbon targets in the food system as production and then export that carbon in the form of food imports. And that, it strikes me, applies to biodiversity, to natural destruction and so forth. So it would be wonderful to get your thoughts on trade as well. So that is a kind of romp through what we're doing and where you can help. We will be, as I said, engaging formally, but it would be fantastic to get the board's views on what they think we should be looking at from the Food Standard Authority's point of view.
That's a great framework for us. I'm going to just get 2 or 3 things out of the way so we don't have to keep all of us saying them, because we haven't got a lot of time. We really want there to be a national food strategy as a board. We think this is long overdue and really important. We want to help it succeed, and we want to play our proper part in it. And we are really bothered that memories fade quickly. And because food safety works today in this country, the lessons of the BSE fiasco are quite quickly forgotten. We are staggered how many decision makers today don't remember BSE, what caused it, why we got into the mess we did, and what resulted from it. And so for us, it is really essential that your strategy that gives sort of a new sort of fresh start around this reflects, we don't need to dwell on it in great detail, but reflects and embeds the lessons from BSE around feed as well as food, because you cannot separate the issue of what we feed livestock or any other sort of food for that matter, and how that translates into the safety and health impact of food. So I think those things you can sort of take as a given from us, and at the end of this, we are really keen to know what can we volunteer to help with. And then I think the other starting point for the FSA is around truth and risk. That's what we do as a body. We try to tell the truth about food, or cause the truth about food to be told. And we believe we own one of the risks that will be part of your national food strategy. We think we own the acute public health risk in relation to food. And we're very keen on understanding, as you develop the strategy, how do we better ensure that we're executing our ownership of that risk properly, we're mitigating that risk. Is there a failure somewhere in that, and where are the handovers and how messy are the handovers? So those are sort of some of our givens as a starting point. And perhaps that point about sort of food safety being a given is one that's really close to our hearts, because everybody just banks it now. Yes?
Can I just say, I cannot tell you how right you are. So food safety does not come up in discussions except from Andrew Jarvis, who wrote Food Matters, the last kind of big thing. And he says he thinks we're due our next big food safety scandal.
He's trying not to say that, yeah.
Everyone is very clear. He thinks everyone's too complacent about it, and certainly no one in the sector it doesn't come up. So I would be very, very grateful for your thoughts on what needs to happen to make sure that he is wrong.
Right, I won't hog this. Who wants to go next? Guy.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, I'm too extremely excited that this strategy is being developed, and in fact, the FSA was closely involved in helping create the new almost £50 million research pot on transforming the UK food system. So there's a unique opportunity for the FSA to be involved in how that food system is transformed safely. And in fact, if anyone wants to read about that, the inaugural initiative of Nature Food has an article co-written by myself as to why addressing this should be done nationally for showing leadership and tractability fronts. I mean, you raise the fact that the system is complex and it's incredibly dynamic. I mean, currently the UK trades with more than 180 countries around the world, and that is likely to change. And also people's dietary preferences change. We hear a lot about Generation Z and how their desire to solve the climate issues is changing their diets, which also brings whole new issues in terms of how we have a safe and trusted diet for that community. And I think, as Heather said, over the last 20 years since the FSA was created, largely associated with BSE and Salmonella, actually, so food safety issues kind of created the FSA. That the UK food system is amongst the safest in the world, and I think the FSA is very proud in being involved with that. But I do think it is when we try to address some of these issues surrounding supply and the issues to do with carbon, as you said, and then subsequently the issues to do with demand and putting it in a classic supply-demand equation, the issue of safety, authenticity and trust I think, must not be taken as a given, and it's really important that we continue to work in the way that, as the UK food system is rebuilt and transformed, the FSA's mission of kind of safe and trusted food is kind of always going to be there. I think the FSA can help dramatically in terms of any of the future transformations. If you take two recently, the issues around single-use plastics and the issues around food waste, there's no doubt that offering the food safety expertise in terms of how one can move away from single-use plastics, often the food safety expertise in terms of how you can reduce food waste has been vital in terms of addressing those very, very big issues. So I think that, it is very important that we kind of continue to play that role. And finally, as a scientist, I'm bound to offer a scientific, interesting area. And I know in your, in an excellent talk at the Oxford Conference, you talked about diversity. But I think one of the really exciting areas of diversity is the microbiome, because a healthy soil typically means it has a rich and diverse microbiome. A healthy animal typically means it's got a rich and diverse microbiome. And the more we're understanding about the gut microbiome, it's linked to allergies, it's linked to the ability to withstand toxins, it's linked to dementia, it's linked, in fact, it might be slightly worrying if it's linked to everything, because you might not trust it as much as it is. But the fact is, it's undoubtedly one thing we might think a lot about is this concept of the microbiome in the soil, in the animal, and in the human, as a way of kind of targeting some scientific resource.
Other input while everyone's thinking. You asked what else can we do around this safety issue? How can we help around it? I think we've got a joint interest, and it also links to your question about trade. Lots of people want their interest to come first in relation to trade. I think your strategy can identify whose interest comes first in relation to trade. You won't be surprised to think the FSA would say it needs to be the consumer interest comes first in relation to trade. And what we have learned by being open and transparent is that forces you to articulate how you weigh the consumer interest and to provide the evidence to the consumer about how you're weighing that interest. But then the other thing I would say, this is a bit of personal experience, coming into a non-ministerial department and thinking about how you might recommend structures for the future. I think it would be helpful if your report shows people how to hold those who are going to deliver its ambitions, how to hold them to account. Because it's not necessarily easy to have that accountability demonstrated and displayed in a way that really challenges us, and that we're only held to account when there's a crisis. That's a bad time to ask whether the system's working. And I think there might be similar challenges in terms of other parts of the delivery solution for the strategy. And I think that will particularly be the case around trade. How do you hold a government that's now going to have so much more responsibility and freedom in relation to trade? How does it get held to account in the consumer interest, if that was the interest that we're going to put at the top of the pyramid, the long-term consumer interest? And I think there's another question from us, or an opportunity for us, an idea for us is, it's very murky, the question of standards. What do we mean by standards? Who owns the standards? In whose interests are the standards being owned? And I think that will go to the heart. Your strategy is going to frame a new way of how we basically codify, I think, food standards and how they impact on health and environment and all those other activities. We've got a part to support that, because our statutory duty is the consumer's wider interests in relation to food, but actually nailing down, well, what do we mean by standards? It means different things to different people. And again, what's the equivalent of the Maslow's hierarchy in relation to standards would be something that I think would help, but also reflects the learning that we've had. Emily, do you want to come in? Sorry, Ruth.
And just to pick up the point about data, I think there's a real opportunity to frame our data requirements in a way that answers multiple questions. So for me, traceability, is not only helpful in terms of food we can trust, but it's also relevant in terms of sustainability. Where did it come from? How far did it travel? So thinking very broadly about our data requirements would be really helpful, so that it serves multiple purposes, and I think really helps us to shed light on the very complex system that we have developed over decades.
Thank you. I want to make an advert for the Food Standards Agency as a model for how you might hold government to account. So you can either take this as the FSA is a great place, you need to add more responsibility to it, or as a model to copy for other things. So I've said before, I've been a civil servant for nearly 20 years. I've just arrived here at the Food Standards Agency. There is a significant structural benefit to being an organisation that lives beyond the political cycle. We're a non-ministerial department. In the pre-election period, we did not prepare for a change of Secretary of State in the way that I have done in previous departments, because I knew that this board was still going to be there after the election. The question of political flavour doesn't impact the steer that this board gives about food standards and so on. So that, first of all, is a massive benefit to this organisation. Secondly, transparency has been written into the DNA of the organisation. So from the very start, this board meeting has been done in public. Our papers are all published. I haven't been in a government department where I have lived that much in the public before, and where my work is under that much scrutiny. And I think, it can feel very familiar to those in it, but if you enter it from outside, it feels new. And I think it's a model for how you would hold government to account. And as a consequence, it's meant that as we've thought about our responsibilities going into being outside the EU, there is no hesitation from this organisation that our advice to ministers on choices about food authorisations, new food processing approaches will be done in public. And that gives the bright light of transparency, gives that accountability to the public in a way that some other departments haven't got.
Paul.
Thanks, Chair. Henry, I'm conscious that this is a food strategy for England. There are 4 countries within the UK, and I know you've been across to Northern Ireland with the Farmers Union and so forth. And there are different strategies being developed there. I suspect they don't have the same resource as you will have at your disposal, so it'll be very useful to share across the other 3 devolved nations of the UK your findings and see what we can learn from each other in terms as we move forward.
So I meant to, because that was raised in the paper, I meant to mention that in my comments up front. So we're very aware of that. We've created a group of the people working on this in England, in Wales, in Northern Ireland and in Scotland. And we are dividing the various issues into 3 categories. So there are things which are not devolved, such as trade, but where clearly there is mutual interest, and we're making sure that we are open with those groups in our thinking on that. There are things that are then devolved, but where clearly there is some benefit of cooperation. So, for example, there are 300 farms that sit across the Welsh and English border and therefore will face regulation from both regimes, and therefore there is some benefit to ELMS lining up with the regulatory regime that actually the Welsh are slightly ahead of the English on in terms of how we reconfigure CAP. And then there are things where it doesn't really matter if you diverge, but we might be able to learn from each other, so education or public procurement. So we are having that, we've built into the process that group of people to make sure that we're doing that in the formulation rather than publishing something and then playing catch up.
Henry, I found your speech to the Oxford farming people really interesting. I'm fascinated by the whole sustainability thing, and it's great that it's being pulled together. Listening to what we just heard, I would just urge you to use what you can of the FSA, because the FSA can bring a broader perspective, because we have good stakeholder relationships, and obviously we've got staff in Northern Ireland, as we've just heard, and in Wales, and very close relations with Scotland, and also links straight into the EU, and the FSA has been regarded as one of the best regulators in the world for 20 years, really. So use it is what I would urge. Emily will probably be horrified, thinking, oh dear, more work for our overworked staff, but really, really important. I think it's important as well because our consumers need clarity, and they may be confused by the idea of a national food strategy, that actually they wouldn't get that it only relates to the UK, that it's actually much broader than our food standards remit. So my personal view would be it would be great if you could find a good title for your report that somehow gets across that wider sustainable remit that you've got, you know, from start to finish, as opposed to our food standards remit. It makes a difference that you're talking about our sustainable planet, and in a way we're talking about, we're dealing more specifically with something else. A couple of questions. You're also dealing, particularly with the EU exit, and you've touched on this, potential trade deals that are going to change the landscape. How difficult is that going to make your job? We don't quite know where we're going to end up in England in, say, 5 years' time. And then one tiny concern I have about the language that you used when you said food is making us sick, because I don't think it's making me sick. And I don't particularly, I have a slight concern, I suppose, about a younger generation being asked to engage with that language. I'd rather it was talking about how can we make the food make you better, as opposed to that's, and again, a personal view. It's a very strong and it's a catchy thing, and I'm sure all the papers would absolutely jump at it, but I worry about it being taken on. Sorry, rather controversial. So.
I've got one other thing, and then you're going to want to sum up and go, aren't you? Yes. I had one of the... Okay, you can come back to that. Well, one suggestion I was going to make, it comes back to that trade thing, and your need to, your absolutely valid point about how do we make sure we're weighing the carbon cost, the environmental cost of food imports, and not having exporting basically our environmental externalities and having others pay for them, but feel a virtuous glow here in the UK about how we're doing. We've got a similar kind of challenge around some public health issues. So there's now a global public health issue, antimicrobial resistance. We can do all we can in this country, and a lot's being done in this country. I think we should be very proud of the progress being made in this country to reduce the use of antimicrobials in food production. But in other parts of the world, the same efforts aren't being made, and we see antimicrobials being used in a way now that we would not contemplate allowing here. And yet the antimicrobial resistance problem as it affects public and animal health is absolutely ignorant of national boundaries or seas or oceans or anything like that. So we're starting to think, how do we properly take the consumer and the public health interest into account around something like that, when that is actually a global public health problem? And it can't only be our responsibility to make sure that it's dealt with when we're regulating food produced within the UK. It's got to be part of our responsibility to understand how we respond to it when that's a food import, and it's got a consequence there as well. So we haven't worked out how to do it, but it's another component, not just the environment or the carbon component, of how we look at that trade dimension in the round.
Thank you very much. So just to sum up, on trade, it is, for me, it's the piece that holds everything together, and the fundamental shift that we're moving from is that the WTO was set up to prevent protectionism, and everything in this kind of environmental health space looks like protectionism. So effectively, the WTO is set up, which isn't working at the moment, incidentally, and that will depend on the November 20th election, but the WTO is set up to prevent protectionism. We need to be able to have some of these process restrictions on food coming into our country, and we're going to be working pretty solid. There's a group of people worldwide who are trying to work this out. We're not the only ones. We've got some really good trade economists on our team. We're going to be working with the team in DEFRA and also trying to input into the centre as their approach develops this year. You know, we'll wait to see who is in trade in February and what the government's approach is. We're realistic about our ability to influence, but we will be trying to put ideas, concepts into the system throughout this year. And on framing, I completely say we are going to be thinking a lot about framing before we publish, and exactly the kind of framing that's likely to get traction. I think there are a lot of ways in which the debate's framed that aren't helpful. I take that input. I just finally like to say, I think on this, the structural stuff, we definitely will be getting back to. And what I might do is come back to you, Heather, and you, Emily, with a set of structured questions around some of the issues that you mentioned in your paper about power and governance and structures, to get your thinking on that as part of a broader canvassing of opinion across the sector. But thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to start that debate today. I really appreciate it.
You really appreciate you being here, and thank you very much. All power to your elbow. Thank you. We will now go back to our agenda item on the FSA's international strategy, which follows on beautifully from a discussion about trade. Welcome back, Catherine. Over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I was reflecting that at one level this might be the last time that I or anyone else comes to this board and presents a paper entitled EU, an international strategy. For I think going forward we will be thinking only in terms of an international strategy with different elements within it. So just to kind of, I guess, take us back a step, I think we first brought to the board in March 2018 a report following a review of the existing international strategy, which led to the development of the current strategy, which you endorsed in June 2018. And this paper gives you an overview, draws out some highlights of the last 12 months of our activity framed by the strategy, and it invites your comment on the focus of our work. I think inevitably developments in respect of our relationship with the EU will have a considerable impact in what we are doing and what we're going to be doing in the short term. Much remains to be settled and given shape by the negotiations which are about to begin. But it's absolutely clear that our relationship will change and we will need to recalibrate. And it will not be about trying to recreate what we had when we were members of the EU. It's going to be about a new relationship and how we find the ways to engage fruitfully and with impact in the context of that new relationship. And I think the change in our relationship with the EU counterpoints the need for us to continue to develop our influence in line with strategic priorities with other transnational bodies. Most significant of these in the area of food and food safety is Codex, and the paper sets out the strong role we've played, especially through Steve Wern's role as a Codex Vice Chair. The paper also gives you some examples of how the FSA has been able to showcase our values on an international stage and where we've offered thought leadership to global food safety developments. Turning to what our future plans should be, as we've acknowledged, much depends on what the post-EU exit world is like. And we have prioritised, as we set out in sections 313 and 314 of the paper, where we anticipate the need to focus our efforts. But mindful of the discussion you've already had this morning about the wider sense of FSA strategy, and noting your aspiration to deal with an international strategy in the short to medium term, this feels like a thing that we are going to need to come back to and to think about more holistically and in that longer time frame, and thinking about how it will actively support other elements of our strategic focus for the time to come. So before I conclude my opening remarks, again, I'd really like to thank the EU and International Strategy team, both for the work that's gone in to produce the paper and for everything they do to support FSA staff in delivering our strategic ambitions for this work. Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Catherine. Asked whether we think this is the right focus in prioritising our international work. We had a couple of discussions of this around the board table in 2019. Input, Mary.
Just want to, we've been operating clearly very effectively in all the arenas that you speak about. I just wonder whether there is any sense of there being a different skill set required when we no longer have a right to be at these tables in the EU, and whether there's almost like a sort of a lobbying or selling our view point rather than just engaging on a committee level. And I've no idea whether that lands because I've not been engaged in those forums.
Thank you. Yes, no, I think you're absolutely right, and it's one of the things that we clearly acknowledge, that the future relationship and the way in which we can exert influence cannot be what it has been when we've been a member of the club, sat at the table, disposing of our 10 votes in the mechanisms of the EU decision-making structures. I think inevitably it's going to turn into a different level of relationship, and I think that will challenge us in relation to our skill sets and our experiences. I think it is going to be much more in the lobbying space, and I think one of the issues that we're going to want collectively to think about is what scope we have to exert influence both directly and in concert and through others. And I think that is going to be a very fruitful area for us to explore. How are we doing that in ways that brings us into closer relationship with other actors in the piece, but I think as well not losing that sense of the need to maintain our visibility and command a sense of respect for what we do by being able to showcase what we do in other forums which may not be about directly engaging with or influencing the EU. I think there's kind of two things there that we've got to think about, and I think colleagues around the police, particularly in the science space, have got lots of good experience there. I think there's still more that we're going to need to do and think about.
In paragraph 314, you talk about measuring the success of our international work and developing a process to monitor that impact, which I think is very important. So if you think that the priorities that you've identified around focus, which I think looks like the board are agreeing with, there's no one pushing back on those, and the measurement of success, I think it is really important that we get to some really clear, not how many meetings we've had measures, but actually what have we landed, what's resulted from these relationships, and those results and outcomes are clearly aligned to our broader strategic objectives. Obviously, we're bothered about relationship strength, and we'd expect you to be monitoring and measuring that in any kind of classic stakeholder management way. But it's the landing, it's the securing the outcomes that we wanted, or avoiding the outcomes that we didn't want, finding a way that you could bring those to the board's attention, I think will be really important in the board having confidence that not only are we focused in the right areas, but that different skill set, that different way of approaching this, as Mary raised, that we've built it and that we're effectively using it. So I think that, for me, would be the bit that I'd sort of like to see some more information on downstream.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely, I agree on that. And this was the thing that I was probing with the team when we were putting the paper together. I think actually getting to a place of being clear about what is it we want out of our activities and how do we know when we've got it is going to be a really key thing to help us shape this. And I think you're right. I think we should not be shy of accepting the fact that some of our measures of success may have to be phrased almost in negative terms. It will be about avoiding things or that things did not happen, rather than that they will always be expressed in terms of positive outcomes gained. Because I think this is the sort of the challenge in this work. It is often that you actually, prevented a bad thing happening because you had built the networks, because people knew how to contact and they had confidence in things. And I think we will want to think more broadly, more imaginatively about how we express these things. And I think it would be really useful for us to be bringing that back as part of a reworking of our strategic approach, and underpinning our other ambitions, and maybe bringing something back to the board for endorsement in terms of what we think this is going to look like and how we think we're going to know we're achieving what we want to do.
I think other than that, we're happy with the direction that you've set. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And we're now going to talk about nutrition and health claims, composition and labelling common framework proposals. Maria, you get the prize for the title at this board meeting. Over to you.
And just for ease of delivering this, Heather, I'm just going to call it the nutrition framework, if that's okay. This is just really to update the board on the progress at official level across the 4 countries to develop this common framework for nutritional health claims, composition and labelling as we exit the European, in order for us to have a mechanism to make decisions, make policy decisions in this area. And as the UK leaves the EU, colleagues from across the 4 countries have developed these mechanisms just to make sure, we wanted to bring this paper to the board just to make sure that they are aligned with the principles that the board set way back in September of last year, when you were considering what you wanted the FSA to consider as we leave the EU. And they're also aligned to the principles of the Joint Ministerial Committee that we have outlined in one of the annexes. The FSA, just for clarity, has taken a consistent approach to the development of all 3 food-related frameworks. So the Food and Feed Safety Framework, which is led by the FSA itself, the Food Compositional Standards and Labelling Framework, which is led by DEFRA, and then this one, the Nutrition Framework, which is led by Department of Health and Social Care. And the board, we believe, will have suitable governance and oversight of the nutrition framework, and will be able to consider evidence in order to provide appropriate recommendations on complex matters that arise through this framework to the Northern Ireland Health Minister, where the FSA holds a responsibility for this policy. So this will allow board members to ensure that any recommendations that they make align to the principles that are set out by the board, as I said, for the UK exiting the EU. So the paper asks the board to agree on these governance arrangements, and just to note the forward work plan.
Thank you, Maria. So I know this sounds very complex and loads of governance-y stuff, but it really is getting the board to recognise, as long as we agree with this, that the approach that we're taking on nutrition in this different context is in line with the detailed thinking we put into the wider approach we're taking around EU exit, the responsibilities of the board and how we discharge those responsibilities. So we're not taking a view about the nutrition framework at the moment. We're just confident, we're seeking the board's confidence that this is the right way to structure our approach. Are we happy? We are. Emily.
I just wanted to make an observation, really, which is the dependency that there is between the trade discussion we were just having with Henry Dimbleby, the question of domestic standards and these frameworks. So really, the UK frameworks are where domestic and devolved responsibilities meet the international reserved responsibility. So, and there is a dependency for any trade agreement where, although trade is a reserved matter, some of the standards issues like food and nutrition are actually devolved. It's these frameworks which bring those the intersection together. So what we're signing up to here is something about trying to take a more of a full country approach. That's important in nutrition. It will also be true on food standards, food hygiene, food safety, and so on. And that in turn will have an impact on what the government does in trade. It's not in a sense for comment on. I just want to make sure everyone's clear that that's what's going on. Thank you.
And not wishing to detract in any way from kind of the point we've reached, but I do think it's worth flagging at this moment in time that this process is obviously what is required, but it doesn't solve the problem, which is a very real one at the moment, about where claims are made about nutrition and or medicines, which also happen to be considered as a food, and the fact that if that claim is made on the internet as against the label, you start entering a very complex space, and I suppose in a future trading environment these challenges could come thick and fast, and therefore we ought to at some stage think about how we will handle that moving forward.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Maria. We're moving on, and apologies for being a little bit late in welcoming you to the next part of the meeting, being joined by Professor Susan Michie, who chairs our advisory committee on social science. And Julie's not here, is she? No, she's not, no. So a really important annual opportunity for the board to discuss with Susan the work of her committee and the areas where she feels it has or can add value, and to get her perspective on the utility and the quality of social science and how we're applying it within the FSA. So over to you, Susan.
Thank you. Well, I'll just say a few opening words to introduce this. We're 7 experts and a lay member, and started 18 months ago. We're different kinds of psychologists and economists, and I would say the committee is working very well. This paper, I don't know how many of you have read it, but I will just...
They wouldn't be here if they'd not read it, Susan.
I'll just quickly go through it. On the second page, you'll see we had 3 working groups. So one of the things we want to do is be very efficient in our ways of working. So setting up groups where there's a clear job of work to do, doing it, and then moving on to other bits of work. So we've already finished these 3 first bits of work, which was looking at how behavioural science is applied in the FSA, secondly, risk communication, and thirdly, reviewing the Food and You survey. And we've made recommendations that are now being implemented to change that, where I think there'll be much better data coming out for less cost. We now have 3 new working groups set up, which is about assurance, which I'll say something about in a minute, EU exit, which has been well covered today, horizon scanning. When we began, when we first met to look at this, we realised that the FSA had their own horizon scanning, and it really made no sense for us to be doing something alongside. So it's been agreed that we will have some kind of representation in whatever the next bit of work is in the horizon scanning. I think that before I go on, I want to talk in more detail about the assurance working group and what we're doing. I just want to say sort of 3 overarching things that I think we've become very aware of. One is that we want to work within FSA's priorities and add value to the work that's already been done. We don't want to be a silo working alongside doing interesting social science stuff. So I was really pleased to be at the Science Council and to be here, because obviously the more joined up we can be, the more added value we can give. Secondly, I think we've really played and beginning to play more of a role in terms of just trying to maximise the quality of the social science work that's done. And thirdly, really wanting to ensure the impact of the work, because we could spend quite a lot of time doing some really good work that has potential value and it doesn't go anywhere. So we're trying to get to grips with who might use the kind of work we're doing for what in the across the agency, and really for every bit of work we have right from the beginning have a plan where we think about how would this be implemented. So in a way, not starting from the beginning and doing something and seeing where it goes, but starting at the end and saying, you know, if we are to have impact, who needs to know what and how can we contribute and input. So those are sort of three general overarching comments. If we could turn to the Annex A, the working group updates on, sorry, where is it? Page, the last, Annex B, sorry, which goes into a little bit more detail about providing assurance to the FSA board. So what we're looking at is the quality, the value and impact of social science in the FSA. And you'll see that on page 7 we have generated a list of, it actually goes over to page 8, so it starts at A and goes on to O. I won't read them all out, but we've broken down all the activities right from identifying a topic to that O is actually methods of keeping up to date with the relevant evidence and methods, all the different very specific items that we think we want to look at to ensure that they are maximum quality and value and impact as possible. And we're looking at a range of case studies of different types of project that the FSA team have identified for us to look at this in more depth. And we're already, I think, finding a lot of things where we've had really good discussions with the team and can think of ways of improving things, including generating templates and, in the end, a kind of toolkit that will really help to structure how things are commissioned, how things are studied, how things are reported. When we discussed, or when I presented this to the Science Council, they were really interested because they said the issues that we are raising and the approaches we are taking is actually needed throughout the whole agency and throughout their work. So I think we're going to, we haven't followed up as yet, but find ways of bringing some of this work together so that we can just maximise the ratio of input to output in terms of our work. So I'll just leave that there, and obviously happy to answer any questions or take back any feedback and comments from you to the committee.
Thank you, Susan. One of the questions that I might just begin with is are you confident you've got the quality of engagement you need across the FSA and the access into the FSA that you need to be able to add the most value to our work?
Well, that's a huge question. And, you know, if you're not working within the FSA, if you're an outsider like I am, then it's actually quite difficult to kind of get to grips with the whole of the FSA. I'd answer that we haven't not had access when we felt we've needed it. Everybody's been very helpful and facilitative. I think that we will be able to answer that question over time as we do specific bits of work and identify where we would like this to have impact. But it's very difficult in an organisation that you're not living and breathing to know. It's not just who formally are key people or bits of the organisation, but who in practice are, and those two things, you know, may not be the same.
But so far it's okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything from board members? Or Guy, have you got anything that you wanted to add to this?
I mean, one thing I'd like to, I think, really flag here, and all the work has been excellent, but one very specific example I want to give is to do with Food and You, actually, in which, you know, it's the flagship piece of social science in the organisation. For many years, there's been discussions about, you know, how should we do it in the future? How can we change it? We've had review after review after review, and somewhat not really moved it forward. And the working group led by George Gaskell, I think, really offered critical friend advice, recommendations, and I think, you know, to move to a point in which for a slightly cheaper cost, a much better study which is future-proofed, which you can kind of really show leadership both nationally and on the world front in that space, I think is an incredible example of why the organisation and those parts of the organisation that you don't know about yet but you might find out about should welcome you with open arms to kind of into their world to allow things to move forward.
I mean, on that point, actually, since then, at our last meeting, I asked the question, you know, why do we have this very similar questions in an attitude survey to Food and You? And, you know, we've now, after, and Michelle's done some sterling work in asking the questions why, and we've now got agreement that we will bring these together, you know, so we can have much better data at lower cost where we can get much more out of it. So things were being repeated unnecessarily. Emily.
Thank you. I was just thinking about the question you posed, Heather, about whether you're getting access to the organisation in the way that you need. And I think it's incumbent on us not just to wait to be asked, but to come and ask you. So I mean, Rick will be part of making sure that happens, but all of us, I think, have an interest in doing that with you. Michelle will know that I'm very passionate about social science and its use, and I just wanted to register how important it is to the organisation, not just that you're overseeing the quality of research collection and trials and evaluation, but also the quality of just bits of advice on how we shape other bits of policy or implementation. The social science, as all of our science, needs to face off to the entire organisation, not just the social science bit. So, for example, the way we run official controls in an abattoir, or the way we are trying to influence local authorities to operate controls, is all about behaviour, psychology. Social science needs to affect that too. So I would just encourage you to roam widely across the FSA's remit, and we need to do the same in terms of coming to you and asking you for advice.
Well, on the coming to us and asking us for advice, one of the things we've done is produce a very short template to encourage anybody who wants to come to us just to fill it in. So, you know, what question do you have? Why? What's the context? And what do you need from us or want from us? Nobody's yet used it, but it's good that it's there. So that's a potential facility, and I'm also help run a policy research unit at the Department of Health and Social Care, where they use this sort of facility a lot. It's called Ask the Policy Research Unit. They come to us a lot. So that maybe is something that might change. One of the issues is really pretty well everything that's been discussed today. There's a behavioural and social science element to it, an angle to it, added value to it. We're a tiny group with, you know, in my case, a team of 30 people and various centres to run. So we're not really... There's a limit to what we can do. But say take antimicrobial resistance, which has just been talked about now. We have several large research projects on the human behaviour aspects of reducing AMR. So there's pretty well no topic that we couldn't have added value to. The issue is knowing, I think everybody else knowing about what we can do and us knowing about how we can contribute. So I see it as an ongoing process of everybody learning more about what the rest, in our case, what the rest of organisations doing, what we could help with, and the rest of organisation knowing what we could potentially help with. I don't think there's any shortcuts other than ensuring that we're at the right tables, listening to discussions so we can pick things up and follow up, you know, kind of if there's things we think we could contribute to.
Bruce.
Thank you. And it struck me that you very clearly said, start with the question the business wants to answer, start with the end in mind, and that's really very welcome. And it's that awareness that the business knows to come and ask, and then your ability to help shape the right question for them to ask. So it's really encouraging there is that conversation going on. And just in that context, Guy very clearly illustrated on the food and you question the impact on the business, the changes that were made as a result. And so in your report you talk about what you've put into it, but it'd be really helpful if the business also added in, and this is what we've done as a result, and this is how we've changed it, because there's clearly great examples there that we can learn more about, whether it's food and you or risk communication. So we've really taken it on board and done something with it, and that's would be helpful to have the business response, if you like, to that. And just to say, the quality assurance framework looks really promising, and I think it'd be a great way forward for the FSA to have that sort of toolkit available. So just to really welcome all the work that you're doing, and appreciate that it's a limited resource against everything else that you're doing, but really very, very important for the FSA.
I should have mentioned the risk communication work is being translated into a toolkit. I wasn't on that working group, so I'm not completely familiar with it, but I think that will be a very good example of something that's come out, and where's that going to go? How is it going to be used? So one of the things is we want to follow through and have a plan for that.
I think that might be it from the board. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. And it's particularly pleasing in terms of the assurance review to see the lineup of 4 case studies that absolutely do align with the things that we're spending a lot of our time and energy around this table on. Yeah. So I think it's clearly absolutely starting off in the right direction. And we look forward to supporting you, giving us more deep and meaningful advice, so we take this into account in every part of our activities in the future. So thank you to you, and thank you to the whole committee.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then we're going to have Michelle Patel, who is our head of analytics? Social science. I'm sorry. I don't have anyone's job title on my papers today. It's causing me great anxiety. To talk from her perspective about our annual update on social science in the FSA. Michelle, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Thank you to the board for the chance to give this 3rd annual update on the FSA's social science work. So as you know, we've been on a journey. We've focused to date on broadening the capability in the team, bringing the methods up to date, including, as you've heard, completely revamping our flagship social research ecosystem with expert help from the ACSS. We've been focusing on getting that external governance and assurance in place from the committee, and crucially aligning our work to the board and the FSA's strategic priorities. So the 2 annexes to this report outline our current projects and what we know. And as we've heard, consumers don't think about food safety a lot, and that's true, because thankfully they don't often need to these days. But it's also worth noting that in the mind of consumers, there are wider interests which are, for them, indivisible from safety. So things like affordability and health impacts, but also choice, sustainability, welfare, different strokes for different folks. We're also seeking to understand behaviours all the way across the regulatory chain in a much more systematic way. We use both quantitative and qualitative methods. We're working towards getting more real-time, large-scale monitoring, as well as deep dives and understanding into specific risk segments. And at a working level, social scientists are embedded in the key programmes. We support work on hypersensitivities, regulatory strategy, and our new risk analysis process. And incidentally, in the next paper, you'll be hearing what happened as a result of the risk communication working group from the ACSS. So I won't spoil the news. Our horizon scanning work is building our understanding of the drivers of change that have been outlined in both Emily and Julie's papers today, things like the new technologies and new methods of production and generational change. And as the board heard just now, our work is contributing to the development of the food strategy, particularly around metrics around trust in the food system, but also the ACSS has been asked to advise on the development of further metrics, and we're organising a workshop next month to make that happen. The continuing focus for the coming year will be on impact, so echoing what Guy was saying earlier, we're going to be working closely with colleagues, not just in the FSA but across government, to make sure that we can demonstrate how social science isn't just really interesting, and it is, but it's also really useful and that it's used at the right point in the cycle. So that's what I'll say by way of introduction. There's an awful lot here, so I'll do my best to field any questions.
Michelle, thank you very much. Who'd like to begin? Dave.
Thanks, Michelle. I've been down to the last couple of symposiums that you've run, and they've been a very good insight into the work that we do now within social science. I'm not a scientist, so I tried to bring these down to sort of practical levels, and I guess there's two areas that I'm particularly interested in. One, we demonstrate very well that we're good at working with those groups which are interested in what we're doing, and we're good therefore in getting the views and the perceptions of those people who have a strong view on food. But can we do more, and are we doing enough to get the understanding of what the silent majority think, rather than the active minority? Then the second point is probably a bit more specific, and I wasn't sure whether to bring it up here or for Susan's bit. One of my frustrations on a personal level is that we have a couple of million people who are subject to food sensitivity issues, but we have tens of thousands of people that are signed up to food allergy alerts through ourselves or through the charities that support that. And it's kind of, so what can we do from a social science perspective to understand that behaviour that leaves this big group of vulnerable people leaving themselves exposed?
Should I take those? So the first question is why we can't really ever give up on statistically valid representative social research methods, because if you just want to hear what people are telling you, and we're very interested in what people are telling us, you will miss, as some of the previous debates around fairly contentious food issues have done, you will miss the big chunk of middle ground which represents most people's views when it comes to big food risk decisions. As we said, most people thankfully don't have to think about this front of mind. They don't develop a strong view. In fact, we find it a really interesting challenge to get people to engage with the complexity of the food system in some of the depth work we do, to the point where we have to do deliberative, iterative work to get to the point where people can have that reflective discussion. I don't think that's because it's not important. I think it's because they, as we've heard earlier, take it as almost a hygiene factor, and long may that continue. The second question is one where, although there are potentially 1 million or more people who have a food hypersensitivity, that doesn't show up in particularly well in general public representative sampling. It's about 2, maybe 5, depending on which way you look at it, % of the population. So we are, as part of the work on hypersensitivities, putting together a sample of people with declared hypersensitivities, where we will be able to ask them what is going on there, and come up with recommendations about what we might do to increase that number, for example.
Rebecca.
Yes, I think it's a good point to come in. Also, more widely, I did want to highlight the great support and joint working that we're doing in the food hypersensitivity strategy and programme with our social science colleagues, and I think there's a lot more we could do in this area. And as we've identified, I think as the question from Dave highlighted, a lot of the change that needs to happen in this area comes through changing people's behaviour, and quite often the behaviours that we want to influence are also about interactions. It's about the interaction between an individual and a food business, for example, but it's also about understanding the ways in which people prefer to receive information. So food allergy alerts are obviously a really key way to receive information. There may be lots of other ways in which people are getting that information that we are less aware of, or we need to develop, or we need to understand better. And I think that the report highlights some of the work underway, but I know that there's also more that we can do, and we'll be working really closely, and also very much taking up the invitation to work with our advisory committee on social science as well in this space. It's really important that we get that right from the start.
Guy, sorry.
I'm I mean, as you know, Michelle, I mean, I like Emily, a great supporter of really increasing the amount of social science that the FSA does and how it is used. I mean, it's an impressive kind of annex in terms of the number of projects, but in relation to what I know about the size of the team, I'm slightly amazed of the bandwidth of a relatively few people delivering so much. I'm just intrigued as to either how you do that or whether, you know, there's always an aspect in which whatever way we think about it, sometimes it's still an element of Cinderella science in which when we grow capacity, we think nothing of growing the number of risk assessors in the organisation as we prepare for EU exit, but we don't necessarily equally think about growing the amount of social science because it's going to bring whole new behavioural and social kind of implications.
We have grown. We are a small team, so proportionally that additional person actually gave us quite a lot of capacity. I'm not sure it'll, hearing what we've heard earlier today, I'm not sure it will be sufficient forever. The other thing that we have to think about is our capacity and capability was never just in the team. So we have a network of experts either that we commission work with or that advise. We do a mixture of in-house and commissioned pieces, where I think that the trade-off of that is perhaps that the knowledge doesn't always reside in the organisation. So one of the things I'm trying to look at is the balance between in-house analysis and commissioned work. And we also have research fellows that work with us for a set amount of time that augment both the capacity and the capability in the team, and that's something we're looking to extend.
I thought that Annex B was particularly helpful in terms of, you know, the so what question. So what have we learned from all of this? And one of the things it brought home to me, just reflecting on the element which is about people saying in Food and You, 60% says a good hygiene rating score is important in deciding where to eat. And then the FHRS tracker tells us something a little bit different. And it seems to me, I know you're absolutely all over this, but we must not let up in understanding the difference between intent or even a belief about what my behaviour is and the reality about what public behaviour, consumer behaviour is, because I think that gap is also very instructive for us in framing the right risk management interventions, but also genuinely understanding consumer behaviour and their willingness to act on their intent is something that I don't think we've yet fully grappled with in terms of some of the issues that we're facing. Might come back to Dave's point about the signing up for the allergies. We don't know how many people have almost convinced themselves that they have signed up for allergy alerts because there's this gap between what they think they're committed to doing and what they actually do.
Yeah, and that's social research really. So the say-do gap is really interesting. There's a gap between what people say and what they do. There's a gap between what they do and they think they've done. One of the things we will be able to do with the new Food and You, or Food and You 2, as we're looking at it, is look at least professed attitudes and professed behaviours. But then we're also looking at where things are, you know, at a smaller experimental level, just because that's resource intensive, looking at observed studies where we can see what people actually do and see if we can, learn from. There's a lot of work done in that space on areas that aren't necessarily exactly what we do, but that's something we're really aware of.
And I can see that then going back to the value we can add to Henry Dimbleby's National Food Strategy. I think some of that learning is really useful to him in terms of understanding how do you land a National Food Strategy and have some hope that it might actually influence and change and respond to consumer needs and behaviours. Anything? Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, just a quick one. Thank you for that. Thank you. Getting used to the microphone. Thank you for sharing that, because I found it hugely insightful. And I guess the question very quickly for me is that obviously going through a scientific discipline to consider these various aspects across the organisation leads us to, I think, a very helpful but perhaps reflective point about where we might learn. But I wonder whether there's also a link between that discipline and seeing where intuitively we can move forward, where things are already happening. You know, life is already happening, and what are we learning from it, particularly around getting the messages across And again, I'm going back to the food allergy and sensitivity issue, where what are we learning about where people engage? So if we look at what's actually happening in the media, for example, particularly around experiential marketing, you know, where people share inspiring stories, where you get sort of leadership thought pieces that based on explicit and personal knowledge, and how it fits into people's existing paradigms of lifestyle. So they're coming at it from that direction, but they're using the web or peer-to-peer discussions. I was just wondering how that kind of fits in to us fast-tracking some of the so what from this.
So I think there's two questions, one of which may be more around the comms strategy and probably not for me, but we are informing that comms strategy with several pieces of work and we'll do ongoing. And I just wanted to emphasise actually that one of the things we've been trying to do over the past 2 years, since we brought the team together from Communications Insight and Social Science, as was, is integrate some of these more maybe fast turnaround, non-scientific, apologies, Rick, marketing-based insight generation tools, things like social media listening, things and monitoring, where we can look at what is going on in the discourse. It is obviously incomplete, but it is fast and it's an indicator, and then weigh that up against some of the more robust stuff to see if we can establish what the say-do gap there might be, and create more real-time reporting. I mean, one of the things that is hard with the very, very robust stuff is just the time it takes to feed in. I see no point in a thick report landing with a thump 2 years after it's needed. So one of the things we need to do is keep pace with what is a fairly fast-changing environment, and have the toolbox that will allow us to go from that very deep stuff, but also if we need a decision taking within weeks, we get that done too.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe Heather, could I just sort of expand on that? I think that is very much an opportunity for me with my data hat on, is to think outside the box and make some of those connections, not only into other sources of behavioural insights, but maybe other sources of data, other proxies, and really sort of starting to construct, at least in concept, a real ecosystem as what's going on and where there are other ways to get that insight. And I think, as Michelle said, that speed is important, it has value. We need to recognise that there may be downsides to speed, but we really do need to value that speed, that we can start to see those insights. So very, very much wanting to take that conversation forward in that way.
Last question.
Just wondering, you know, we've been discussing about how we influence other member states once we've left, or even other government departments, in some part in Henry Dimbleby stuff. I'm just wondering whether there's an input that we can have from social science in, oh, okay, those messages are going to land, but those aren't.
I mean, we made a start. So one of the things that the EU Exit team did was come to my team to ask for any advice from behaviour science on how to negotiate and how to take that into the trade negotiations, which we've done our best to do a rapid evidence review of what's out there to learn from. In terms of message testing, we test messages against various different audiences. I think the closest we're coming to that sort of very niche audience is the stuff that we are doing on the back of the risk communications work, where we're looking at how things are going to land with very specific media type audiences. In terms of working out what's going to work with whom across different international zones, I think that's a question of sense checking it with the different cultures and organisations and areas, and I think that's probably one for international and EU unit. But we stand ready to help in terms of any sort of message testing to any UK audience.
Michelle, thank you very much indeed. That's been a very useful opportunity for us to catch up and scrutinise what you're about. Thank you. Thank you. We're moving on now to an update on the risk analysis process, which is tab 14 in our paper. This is really an update for the board in terms of progress. Rebecca, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is both a regular annual update to the board on the risk analysis process, which will be part of the forward work plan, but also, as it makes clear, we will update the board as required as the process develops over the next year. And there are a few things I'd like to highlight in the paper. If we look at paragraphs 3.2 onwards, I think there are some really important points to note here. The first is that the FSA already does risk analysis very well. We have long established expertise. We completely follow the principles of evidence-based, transparent, open risk assessment. And as we've just been discussing, we put a lot of thought also into our risk communication. However, with EU exit and our future responsibilities after the end of the transition period in particular, we will need to do this in a different way. And the work that we've done already and the further work that we'll be doing over the course of the next year will continue to make that process as clear, systematic, robust and resourced to meet the demands of those new responsibilities as we can. Clearly there do remain some uncertainties which Emily, our Chief Exec, highlighted earlier on in the discussion, that there's an extent to which we need to make our best estimate of the demand on this process, and that's something that we will be doing some more scenario planning about over the next few months in particular to really test that we've anticipated a number of possible scenarios and we've planned in the best way, and also we'll need to take into account where we end up in terms of our future relationship, not only with the European Union, but also with other countries and the way in which the regulatory system is going to work. But as we discussed earlier, in preparation for previous possible exit dates, we'd prepared the minimum viable product. Our challenge now and our task and our opportunity is to take that forward, and in taking forward the work plan that you see here set out in this paper, continue to develop the process, refine it, adjust to the requirements that we will meet going forwards as those issues become clearer. I think the other thing it's worth just pausing on for a moment is just to have a look at the information in paragraph 4.2, just to remind the board how the work will arrive at our door, what sorts of issues will be going through the risk analysis process, which in general are very similar to many of the issues that we already deal with on a day-to-day basis. The first category of regulated products, described here as perhaps the simplest, means that people make an application to place a product on the market, or it may be that there's an existing authorisation that is coming due for renewal and needs to be reconsidered. As you can imagine, the flow of this type of application could be quite large, but also in many cases will be very familiar to us, and some of the products going through this process can be grouped and the issues are similar. And as part of this set of papers, we've provided what we're calling an illustrative work plan in this area, which shows the products that are currently in the system within the European Union, just to give you a flavour of the sorts of things that in future we will be responsible for taking decisions on. The second category there in paragraph 4.2 reminds us that we are obviously we are self-tasking, so we are an active and proactive regulator, and there are many issues on which we need to take a view about risk, whether it's a risk assessment, looking at the evidence, or whether it's a risk management decision when something has changed about the way in which we need to regulate, and that will continue. And as we go forward, we need to think more carefully and be more transparent internally within the FSA as well as with stakeholders about how we do that and about how we prioritise those questions that are coming through. And then the third category described here is short-term issues raised by other departments, but I think it's not only that kind of issue. It is when our colleagues across government, in other parts of the FSA, or indeed on the international stage, raise questions and issues relating to trade, sometimes in the context of negotiations, sometimes in the context of how the UK is conducting itself on the international stage and meeting our trade obligations, where there's a requirement to make a judgment about how we are managing the risk and the requirements that we're placing on our trade partners or on food businesses in various ways. So there are different ways by which the work arrives at our door, and that's a key area that we want to have a look at over the next period, is making sure that we've got a grip on what's coming, how we're going to prioritise it, and how those issues are going to be flowing through this process. And finally, I just wanted to pick up on the point made earlier around risk communication. This is really key, and obviously, as we take on our new responsibilities as a regulator, as Emily has said, there's a great opportunity here for the FSA, not only to continue to do this well and show that we can do this well, but make sure that we're really stepping up the way in which we communicate our decisions about risk management. And as it says in the paper, we'll be taking that work that's been undertaken by our social scientists and turning that into a risk communication toolkit, so that we can both raise our game and also make sure that we are consistently using best practice and doing this really, really well. So I will pause there.
Rebecca, thank you very much. I think this could be a good opportunity if perhaps Emily wouldn't mind just helping everybody be clear, and perhaps for some of our external stakeholders be clear with a bit more detail about how that process of triggering the risk analysis might happen in relation to imported foods or new food products. So do you want to just summarise that for us, Emily?
So, I mean, in fact, in terms of triggering a change to a rule about what is legal or not legal is the question that I was going to explain. So, obviously, there are current arrangements. You know, Parliament can give a view in this country and the four countries, but the trading, as we get into new trade agreements, there are other routes by which a need for a regulation or an authorisation could change. So first of all, there's a trigger around free trade agreements and the negotiations that happen through there. Second of all, it could be triggered by, as Rebecca was setting out, an application for authorisation of a regulated product. So examples of those include food and feed additives, chemical contaminants, novel foods, food contact materials, flavouring. So it's that authorisation process application that triggers it. The third route is that there's some kind of trade dispute that is dealt with through the WTO, where that's quite a long process, but where that might result in a need to change the rules. So those are three routes by which the rules are changed.
And I think that's important because there's a little bit of a view abroad that, as in around the country, that the only way that the regulations may change will be through a free trade agreement, and that is the likely way for regulations to change. And I think it's important people understand that at any moment, any company or trade association or government could seek an approval for any kind of food product to come before us, and that would start this whole process running. I did also say that I mentioned earlier that the board yesterday had an unusual closed piece of board business where we discussed the FSA's position in relation to future trade agreements and the negotiating objectives of them. And there are two components that I would like to put on the record here, and this is regardless of whether we're talking about trade agreements with the EU or anywhere else in the world. And the first is about the board's commitment to openness and transparency and how that sits with the sensitivities of trade negotiations. So we do recognise that there are circumstances where open public discussion of board business isn't possible. And that is, in our judgment, the case when it comes to inputting to the government's commercially sensitive and nationally sensitive discussions about trade negotiations. So what we're going to do is put on the record today the guidance and instructions at the very high level that we've given to our officials when they're inputting to those discussions and negotiations across government. Emily and I will regularly review the opportunity for the FSA to discuss in a normal open board session our contribution to those discussions, although it does seem unlikely with our current understanding that that will happen very often. But we will separately ensure that board members do get regular updates on officials' contributions. If there are difficult or sensitive matters, they'll be brought back to the board for further advice where necessary. And the board would also be asked for direction if it becomes clear that the UK government's negotiating position has shifted to one that contradicts or compromises the FSA's objectives. So that's just about how we're going to handle this stuff for the foreseeable future, and we will keep it under review. And then the board went on to debate and to agree the objectives that we are setting for our officials when they are inputting to those trade negotiations. And we'll put these on the record as part of the board meeting. But just to summarise where we are, our officials are asked to ensure that there is no reduction in public health protection for UK consumers as a result of a free trade agreement. That includes maintaining and upholding the current tried and tested regulatory regime. It includes ensuring that food and feed safety is taken properly into account in free trade agreements. It includes preserving our right to regulate under the World Trade Organization Sanitary and Phytosanitary Agreement and to set our own appropriate level of protection to protect consumers from risks arising from food and feed. That's the first component. The second set of objectives is that our officials are, where appropriate, aim to enable public health protection for UK consumers to be improved. And that might, for example, be through increasing our access to information and data from trading partners, or it might be through the scope for future collaboration with trading partners on food and feed safety. And the third component is that our officials are to safeguard the consumer confidence and consumer interests by putting the consumer first as we make our contribution. That includes agreeing the application of robust science and evidence under free trade agreements. That includes the consideration of other interests and legitimate factors. And securing and supporting as unified a system as possible across the UK, and that reflects our devolved responsibilities. So those are the objectives that we as a board have set for our officials in making an input to the free trade agreement negotiations and framing process that's being taken forward at UK government level. Wanted to put that on the record. And now we'll take any other observations or comments on the paper that has been presented by Rebecca. Thank you. Dave.
Thank you. I suppose we've had a number of discussions around risk analysis and risk management and how they will be impacted by us leaving the European Union over the past few meetings. And it's quite enlightening, I suppose, in some respects, to get this report today, because it kind of shows the impact of that and the volume of the risk analysis decisions we'll have to make, as we've shown in Annex A. One area that I've probably been slightly unclear on personally is how that list of activities fits with the AFFF, because I look at those and think they seem quite niche and are probably areas where our officials have fed into their European Union counterparts directly, historically. And so therefore, where will the AFFF sit to ensure that it's adding value to our risk analysis process, rather than potentially slowing it down and creating some confusion over where the responsibility lies.
Thank you. Don't know whether Emily, yeah.
Thank you, and Rebecca can supplement this. But I mean, the purpose of the AFFF is a supplementary consultative forum on our decision-making process. It's not a governance body. The FSA makes the decisions about what its advice is on a particular product or application. It will make that advice public. At the moment, all of that advice will go to ministers for decision. And we expect ultimately responsibility to come back to us for the less controversial applications. The AFFF is literally a mechanism to get input from other government departments and Food Standards Scotland into that process in advance of us making our advice public. It shouldn't delay anything. It's just a mechanism to get different perspectives in. I don't know if Rebecca wants to supplement that.
Well, just to add that actually one of its functions should be to ensure that there is no delay in the system, and that it's a regular timetabled forum through which we can coordinate and make sure that we've taken into account different views, and that everybody is fully informed about where we are and the evidence that we're considering.
If you go, you capture this in Annex B. If you go back to why we created this advisory forum, it's because we wanted delegated powers for risk management decisions on exactly the kind of technical issues that are listed in Annex A here. And we've not got any movement whatsoever on either being given those delegated powers, never mind them being able to use them. So I guess I think implicit in Dave's question is, so why have we risked creating a bureaucracy which also risks confusing the ownership of this function within government if we're not going to get the outcome that we want from it? And I suppose I looked at that list in Annex A and thought to myself, well, really, across all of that list of things, I can't really see why anybody would want to come to an AFFF meeting, apart from Food Standards Scotland, because this is what we do day in, day out, without going on big Whitehall right-rounds about it. So is it possible for the AFFF to just decide not to meet because we haven't got anything to add to this? You know, to brilliant blue FCFs being put in feed for cats and dogs? I can't really see there's another bit of government that's going to be particularly cited or informed to comment on it.
Can I play back what I'm hearing? So I think what you're saying is that we should take care to be proportionate about the use of a consultation mechanism and do it in the areas which are perhaps more controversial, and try and keep things as simple as possible for the uncontroversial issues. Is that what you're saying as a steer from the board?
Well, I think so far it's a steer from me and Dave. So the rest of the board might want to comment. But I think probably we're raising a flag that we created something for a purpose. The purpose isn't being realised. We risk having something that starts to be seen by others as serving a different purpose, and we must be very, very cautious of that. And it is in our gift to use the AFFF in a way that adds value to the FSA, including stopping there being delays down the line. Guy, do you want to come in?
Well, I mean, the conversation about triaging things has come up before, and I suppose, one of the things that, even I might not want to attend a meeting with all of this detailed stuff on feed additives, but I suppose the real worry is the fact that actually, with that sort of volume, there is the potential of either slowing things down or actually things which are really complicated, perhaps not getting the energy that's required because it's been diluted by the rest of it. So I do think the kind of some process by which a triage type thing can happen, whether that be we don't need to meet and or these has got 3 red flags on it. So this is something we definitely need to convene, I think would be really useful.
Colin.
I think Emily actually summed it up perfectly there. You know, it is the FSA's AFFF, so we need to take ownership of it, and we only need to convene the AFFF whenever we need to convene the AFFF. And based on what we've seen within that, there would be very little need to convene an AFFF. There may be a bit of management with OGDs within all of that, but I think that it's our AFFF, and we call in support when we need it, which I think is what you were saying.
So, Rebecca, if we were to pick up on that suggestion from Guy and ask through this transition process for you to work up how that triage would happen, would that be a constructive way forward? So we don't, I think we're trying to mitigate a risk that the board might perhaps feel differently from officials, but we're trying to mitigate that risk coming to reality of having created something that we didn't intend to operate in the way it might.
Yeah, I think these are very helpful steers and a useful discussion, and obviously this is exactly the right time now as we go forward. We'll be looking at the whole process and how it functions, and I'm hearing steers in. I mean, there are different aspects to this. The governance landscape, the position is not as it was a year ago when we set this up. As you say, there was an intention to gear up for having the legal responsibility to take the final decisions on some of this, which, as you say, we haven't got. We've spoken about the practicalities and the need to make sure the system is streamlined and can deal in the right way with the right kinds of issues, and absolutely not to slow things down, but equally to recognise that we're going to need some mechanisms to speed things up. And just, you know, as a general point, keeping under review all the time the usefulness of any committee, which is something that we should do routinely. And I think with all that in mind, we'll take this away, and definitely this will be part of what we're looking at as we confirm how this process will work going forward.
Okay, thank you. I think it's recognising, you know, what's different about this. We don't have the power that we aspire to have, and now we have a list of 147 non-exhaustive list of 147 incredibly technical items. It really does help the board kind of get a feel for the volume and the direction of this activity. So I do think the triage idea is something we would particularly ask that you explore. Anything else for Rebecca on risk analysis? Thank you very much indeed. Colm, report from the Chair of the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee.
Thank you, and I won't keep members long. There is a very short report there of our meeting in the middle of November. We heard from Darren on the National Food Crime Unit, and very good progress was being made there, and had our regular update. We have about sort of twice a year on the information security and what's going on there. Had a good discussion with the National Audit Office and Mazars on the external audit planning and the timetable for annual accounts and so forth over the course of this year, in particularly May and June. Again, as we always do, looked at the risk management activity and the risk registers and so forth, and got an initial steer from the Head of Internal Audit on the audit assurance planning process for 2021, which we discussed again yesterday. Good progress report in that there are very few outstanding items, so management are taking the risk management seriously. And then one item of AOB, which was just a concern from one of our members that we were at the bare bones of quoracy. And delighted that when we met yesterday, that has been partially resolved, not completely resolved, but partially resolved with Tim coming on board. So in addition to that, we met yesterday and had a short planning session before the board sessions, and delighted to welcome Tim to his first direct there. We looked at the internal audit planning for the year ahead, looking at local authority audits, official control audits and business audits, and an audit renewal and refresh. So John is starting to look at that. We have, since FSS was established, we've been providing an audit service to FSS. That's coming away now, which creates a little bit of additional capacity for John, which is very good. We will go through the renewal and refresh and do some planning for external verification. So all internal audit functions should be externally verified every 5 years within government. Our 5 years is up, so that process will happen over the course of this year. And we agreed that we will continue to meet with the audit teams. We've started that earlier this year. So at each of our ARAC meetings, which take place in Clive House, we'll make a little bit of time at the end of that meeting to meet with the internal audit teams and show that we're listening to what they're having to say and we're there to support them. I think it's quite important. And the other point that came out in discussion, it's going to be really important that the business understand that in internal audit you've got a really good resource for continuous improvement activity. That works well within Chris's directorate, but we shouldn't be surprised at that because Chris sits on ARC, so he clearly knows about that. Perhaps all of the other directors aren't aware of that, but I think it's important that we find ways to make sure through you, Emily, that they are aware of that, so that resource is there. So happy to take any questions.
Anything from board members who aren't members of ARAC? It's a vanishingly small proportion of the board. No, in that case, thank you very much for that. Ruth, was there anything that you wanted to update us on in relation to the Welsh Food Advisory Committee?
Just to say that we met last week and continue to do the work exploring the food system in Wales. We had 2 external contributions, one from Bangor University about the range of research in relation to the food system, which includes things like microplastics, the authenticity of basmati rice, and also microbiological contamination of shellfish. So a wide range of research of interest to us. We also had a presentation from RAP, looking at food waste and packaging issues in Wales, which is, as you will know, very heavily committed to being a world leader on recycling generally. So that again informed our understanding with regard to food. And we will continue to look at the food system and bring that work to conclusion probably after the next meeting. And then the committee also had an opportunity to look at the board papers for today, so my comments have been informed by their views as well.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ruth on that? In which case, Colm, the Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committee.
Yeah, well, similarly, we met last week and continuing our look at the food landscape in Northern Ireland, we had a really important contribution from, we had a presentation which wasn't fully delivered from Invest NI, but we had the President and Chief Executive of the Ulster Farmers Union, who inevitably, just given the pressures in Northern Ireland, moved quite a bit into EU exit and the Northern Ireland Protocol and all the things that means, but actually highlighted quite a few of the concerns which we hadn't been fully aware of, things like Northern Ireland business will actually not be able to avail of EU trade deals, even though they're sort of almost feels like they're in the EU. They can only avail of UK because it's still part of the UK. So it's all terribly confusing and concerning for the Union. And we looked at bakery products through Invest NI and through reformulation of bakery and where that's working and not working. But like Wales, we're hoping to bring this piece of work to conclusion in the spring and bring it back to maybe the September board for full review. And similarly, we looked at the board papers and comments fed in there.
Anything about Northern Ireland that we've not picked up that you'd like to pick up with Colm? No. In which case, there was no other business. So I'll just record that the next board meeting is on March the 11th. And that concludes the board meeting. There's an opportunity now for members of the audience to ask questions if they wish. You need to wave your hand about if you do want to ask a question.
Thank you. Earlier in the meeting, Heather, you eloquently described how in the population that is hypersensitive, the 16 to 24-year-olds was your top priority. Fast forward an hour and a half and the discussion around social sciences and the research into behaviours of people with hypersensitivity, there is no mention of 16 to 24-year-olds. So that priority doesn't seem to be transferring to the work that you're doing on the research behaviour. Will you be doing that going forward?
I might like you to pass the microphone to Michelle in front of you, who can answer what we've been doing about 16 to 24-year-olds.
So we've been doing a couple of things about 16 to 24-year-olds in general. So one of the pieces we're about to publish is about the food drivers and behaviours of that generation generally, not pertaining particularly to allergies and hypersensitivities. But what I was saying earlier about the sample size, because people with allergies in the adult population, you're looking at about 5%-ish, you don't get enough detail on a general population sample to be able to drill down to an age range. So one of the things we are doing is, and it's out I think to tender now, is a larger piece of work to get a much more statistically valid sample of people with allergies, so that within that we'll be able to drill down to particular age ranges and really understand what's driving that. And we know quite a lot from qualitative work and other things that's a really risky group, and some of the behavioural experiment work that we're doing is targeting that interaction between the food business and the high street food business that you might particularly think would be visited by that age range of people, to see whether we can play on some of the reservations that younger people feel, and get people to start declaring their allergies a little bit more readily. So while it's not there in our broader social research, that's because it's not there yet. And I hope to be able to report back on how we're going to address it and what we've learned.
I think it would also be fair to say, wouldn't it, that we had some research about 12, 18 months ago that we commissioned from a university, and I can't remember which one it was now, and that fed into our Easy to Ask campaign. So there was a lot of very detailed data there which gave us the evidence base to create Easy to Ask. Do you want to add to that or not? Well,
and also, we have developed quite a lot of tools which are used in conjunction with social media, whether that be Twitter, Instagram. I'll probably show how old I am now. I don't know the latest ones beyond that. But actually, one of the criticisms people offer in that space is that's very good at precisely listening to that generation. How do you kind of understand, people who are not on social media? So actually, I think the pretty diverse social media listening type tools and approaches we use are particularly good at actually getting information from that group.
Thank you for that. Any other questions in the audience? In which case, we will break for lunch and we're going to come back, because I don't want people to be kept too late this afternoon. So if we take 25 minutes for lunch, come back at 10 to 2, is that okay? Yes. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're now in our Business Committee meeting in January 2020. We have apologies from Stuart Reid, and Paul Morrison has had to go to attend a prior engagement. Can we start with the minutes of our meeting on the 18th of September? They were circulated to board members in draft, so I hope we're content that they're an accurate record of the meeting. We are, thank you. And then on the actions arising from that, are there any points committee members want to raise on the record of where we are? Oh, with a complete set of actions and then an update in the annex on the transition to the balanced scorecard approach. No, we're all happy with that? Okay. Emily, your report.
Thank you. I wasn't going to add a great deal to what's there. I'm assuming you've read the paper, so I'm not going to repeat what's in it. Two additional things to mention. The first, on paragraph 3, we talk about minor structural changes. I also wanted to mention that we are in the process of creating a strategy unit in the centre of the Food Standards Agency. And then the second point, just on the people survey, we now, as of last week, have team-by-team results. So managers are looking at those very closely to understand the patterns in the agency. That was it. Thank you.
I think we'd all want to congratulate everybody in the FSA on achieving that 67% engagement score. I think it's been a long-held ambition to be a high-performing department, and it's very nice to see you all get there. So well done. Mary.
I just wondered whether we had a sense of what had made the difference. Like, we often look at what goes wrong, but what goes right.
So my colleagues will have, who've been here longer, will have a stronger view on that. And the thing about the people survey each year is it gives you information, it doesn't necessarily give you explanations. So people don't explain why they're feeling better than they were 3 years ago. My strong belief is that the Our Ways of Working programme has had a major impact on the results. In particular, the fact that we give digital tools that enable remote working means that people are able to fit FSA work more around their work-life balance commitments. That's not true for everyone. Some people do have to work in a meat plant, but it's true for a lot of our staff. And that, in turn, has also demonstrated that we trust our staff. We trust them to work from home. And that sense of trust, I think, goes through the organisation and makes a difference to the results. The second thing is the clarity of mission. We know we're here for food you can trust. People are really committed to that mission, and purpose is part of that. But my colleagues may be able to add.
Colin and Maria.
Thank you. I think it's worth highlighting that within that we had an increase of 3 percentage points with the field ops team, and that accounts for about half the staff in the agency. So that is a big impact. And that's a group of team that don't have the flexibility because obviously they're linked to plants and so on. So I think the progress that my field ops colleagues in terms of the engagement activity has been quite successful, and we obviously will want to ask that very question: is this working well? But I think it's one of the reasons why overall the results are good.
The board may be aware that we are in the third year at the moment of a people strategy, that we're delivering a 3-year strategy, and I think that it is probably a really good context for where we are with the engagement scores. We focused on a small number of things that we thought would change the engagement, particularly around our change management framework that we embedded in the organisation. We have a strong programme around wellbeing, and we also have a lot of engagement networks now, so that allows people to feel more connected to the organisation. And but also we centralised our learning and development offering as well, so people feel like they can access learning and development in the way that they need and fits for the business. But also there's a recognition, I suppose, by staff that we are trying to deal with the pay issue. So all of those things combined has helped to drive up our scores.
Anything else on Emily's report? In which case, we'll move on to performance and resources. Chris?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few things to draw out in this paper. I'm sure you've all read it. The first thing is just to note, obviously, due to the election, it's slightly later than usual, and it's the Q2 report as at end of September. I find it reassuring that it reflects the discussion of the day. So there are some things in there which we've already talked about in terms of the delivery on EU exit, one of our key priorities, and also ROF or OCM as it's now known. So we've already discussed those, and there's an update in the paper on progress there. In terms of a comment that Ruth made earlier, and just making sure that the new strategy picks up the outcomes in this performance report, yes, definitely have that on the radar and work closely with the executive. Rebecca's paper, EG, mentioned allergens, so that's one area we're certainly focusing on. Standards is another area that we've touched on. So whilst not wanting to inflate the report, which we're very keen not to do, because there are other metrics, as we can see in the NFCU paper, which is up next. So this is just really the very top of the organisation in terms of outcomes, but absolutely will reflect the strategy. The new page, again, has already been referred to reassuringly through the AREP context, as well as in other discussions, and that's slide 6 on local authorities. And it really focuses on the FSA's role as CCA, as the central competent authority, and the discussions that we're having with local authorities in delivering some of the things that Maria has already talked about. In terms of resources, as you can see, we are prioritising to keep within the Treasury limits for the rest of this year. As you're aware, we've already touched on the 2021 pressures that we're currently dealing with and prioritising to balance the budget there. And you're aware that we're already starting to think about SR20 going forward. So I'll pause there and take any questions.
Questions for Chris? Mark.
Thank you, Heather. Chris, I just wanted to ask a bit around the local authority performance slide, if I may. It's very hygiene focused. Is there a similar kind of performance measure for food standards? And can I add another question as well before you answer that, which is, I think this is a step forward in terms of identifying and challenging perhaps weaker performance, but what are we doing to encourage strong performance?
So this is where I do my usual spiel about this is the execs report, and I'm hoping very much Maria might help me out on some of the answer here, but I'll start in terms of absolutely. The local authority page at the moment is hygiene focused, and I did mention there that one of the developing metrics that we're looking at is on standards, and that was reflected in the NAO report that was written and the PAC discussions we've had. So that is very much in our thinking and something that we're developing. And as the chair's already asked, there'll be further discussions at the board on sampling, which is obviously one of the routes to establishing standards. In terms of the weaker performance, I think you're absolutely right. There's definitely an opportunity, I think, to hold up those local authorities that are, doing what needs to be done. And certainly the slide at the moment deliberately focuses on where we think there's a need for local authorities to be doing more. So we'll certainly consider that.
I think it also that goes to the purpose of this set of indicators, because we have lots of opportunities through the year to have a more deep dive as a board or a business committee into aspects of performance. Developing the balanced scorecard will be a really important part of that, where we can get more granular. And what we're trying to do with this small set of slides is to really focus attention on the things that really matter. So I think standards is missing, but I would be surprised if this is the right mechanism to start to have some more narrative about who's doing a good thing and how we might capture that. I think there are other ways for the board through the course of the year or the business committee to get that information and to be able to do something with that information.
I accept that, absolutely. All I want to make sure is that we don't miss the opportunity to use those positive levers to encourage strong performance.
Maria.
Thanks, Heather. I think that there is a recognition by the board that the current food standards expectations that the FSA sets are not the right ones, and we're working very hard within the programme to develop a completely new approach to food standards, inspections and official controls, and that will also involve moving away solely from a premises-based inspection regime. So that's part of the reason why food standards isn't appearing in this report. On the issue of good practice, I think when we have thought very hard about how we can use the balanced scorecard, and particularly how local authorities can use the balanced scorecard. So what will be visible to local authorities and how will they see how they rate compared with their peers in other local authority areas? And that's the opportunity, I think, for us to really highlight good practice in relation to some of the high-performing local authorities, and then that allows other local authorities to go along and have the conversations with them about, what they're doing right and how they're doing it.
Emily.
I just thought it was worth drawing the board's attention to something that's obvious but I think worth saying, which is on the slide which has the food hygiene rating scheme statistics. Just the fact that consumers in the 3 different countries are being very differently served. So at the moment we still have 4.6% of food businesses within the scope of the food hygiene rating system with a rating of 2 or lower in England. But in Wales that's 3.7% and in Northern Ireland that's 1.1%. And it just goes to the point that the board has made before about mandatory display, where we have that in Wales and Northern Ireland, and I think that's had an impact on the ratings. And we know that FHRS ratings impact on consumer safety.
Thank you. Anything else that anybody wishes to raise or question on this report? Clearly, at our next meeting, we'll be looking in detail at the next financial year's business plan and the tightness of resources to do all the things we aspire to do. Thanks a lot, Chris. We'll move on to an update, annual paper on progress with the National Food Crime Unit. Darren, welcome. Very nice to have you here. I'm not sure between you and Colin who's kicking off.
I'll kick off, Chair. So this is, as you've said, the annual update paper. It charts progress towards our full operating capability, which is our ambition by the end of this financial year. You'll recall that the board agreed to expand the unit back in June 18, and for the last number of months we've been working towards putting the phase 2 in place, which has not been a small task in that it has involved a quadrupling of the team, and now up to 80 full-time equivalents. And that has meant taking on the additional activities of investigation and preventative functions, in addition to intelligence gathering and dissemination under phase 1. And a big part of Darren's work and the senior team has been about really refining that and bringing everyone together, the many different individuals with all their experience and knowledge, but bringing them into one team and forging that team. And it's taken a little time to do that, but highlighted in the paper, and I'll not go through all the detail because I assume members will have read it, but we highlight some of the things that's involved. It's about IT, it's about procuring the end-to-end case management system, refining the tasking process, gaining access to the Police National Computer and the Police National Database, working constructively with stakeholders as we forge a new way forward. Reference was made earlier to Food Industry Intelligence Network, FIN, which we're now fully plugged into, and information is flowing. So much of the infrastructure is in place in terms of HR, the systems, the procedures and the governance. There are a couple of things that are still outstanding. It'll not be a surprise to you to hear that one of them is around the suitable legislative powers being in place under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, and also then seeking to have MOU with CPS and in Northern Ireland PPS. And also the paper in the annex also highlights the operational activity in terms of the stats as to the last year's progress.
Do you want to add anything to that, Darren? Highlights?
As Colin's alluded to, Chair, I think the paper is fairly fulsome. It gives some indication of activity. So we've been building and delivering at the same time. In truth, it's felt like being a bit of a startup company, I suppose, of a fashion. So you're trying to deliver new processes and bring people together in a cohesive function, really. And that's been quite a challenge. But as you can see, it's not been in the absence of operational activity at the same time as well. So I think that's probably important to note. It hasn't been waiting for jam tomorrow without using a food parlance. It's been activity going on as we've been trying to create this enhanced structure as well. So it's been a challenging time, but I think we're making significant progress in truth, and hopefully the paper reflects that.
Thank you very much. It's good to see the volume of recorded intelligence going up as well. I know some of it's of debatable quality, but it's still going in the right direction. Questions from board committee members? Colin.
I just note, Darren, in the report that most things are in place with the NICE Police Chief Council, apart from the PSNI. That's just a timing issue, I'm assuming. There's no difficulty in getting on board?
No, we've had a very productive meeting with the PPS, so it's a matter of going through the gears on getting that signed off at the appropriate level. Obviously, there's been changes politically to the landscape in NI, of course. So, and we're still working that through with the Crown Prosecution Service in England and Wales as well at the moment. We've had several meetings with them, have provided lots of additional information. They've clearly asked very sensible due diligence questions around the training and competence of staff, particularly around disclosure and the volume of data and information through fraud inquiries. They want to know that that's been handled professionally and appropriately and isn't going to cause a difficulty later on in the prosecution process. So we've been answering all those queries and we're hopeful of getting it signed off. Having said that, they are still providing advice on casework as we speak, and in fact we've got a meeting later this week on a complex case. So the absence of a formally signed off MOU with the CPS hasn't prevented engagement and casework ongoing, and indeed they're supporting that.
More specifically, it's the point about the what you've been able to strike with the National Police Chiefs Councils for all the police forces, but PSNI haven't quite. I'm assuming that's just a timing issue rather than anything else.
Sorry, Colm, yeah, my apologies. There's a nuance operating in the landscape of Northern Ireland. So the reason the MOU of National Police Chiefs Council has landed squarely in England and Wales and hasn't quite done so in PSNI is purely down to the operating landscape. So we need to add some extra safeguards in there, which even other agencies that have existed in Northern Ireland for quite a few years have additional measures in place to ensure the operational safety of staff, for example, and operational security issues as well, given the unique operating context.
I'm glad you put a lot of emphasis in this paper on the work that's been done on DMP, and right at the start of our day today in Emily's Chief Exec report to the board, she picked up DMP as one of the examples of some of the challenges that we're dealing with because of their cross-departmental and capability of multiple definitions. And you're really clear in this paper, you know, DMP is, I think, how do you put it here, it's a dangerous non-food that's being sold for consumption. And clarifying the need for cross-departmental coordination on this and not waiting for somebody to buy it as if it's a food, which if anybody's listening or watching, it's not, don't do it, rather than intervening earlier, is absolutely the right way to go. So I think the board would, you know, we are concerned with the set of 4 fatalities in 2019, 6 fatalities in 2018. We are really concerned about this, but the FSA alone can't address the difficulty, and I know that's the position that you've been finding yourself in and developing.
Yes, absolutely. I think, as I've alluded to in the paper, once it's been sold as a food, invariably somebody's going to have bought it before we're aware. There's no absolute safety net, and that's, you know, a potential tragedy. I think the reality is of the operating landscape now, most of the supply is coming from overseas as well, so that adds a completely different context as well, whereas previously there were more propensity for UK-based sellers, whereas now invariably they are outside the jurisdiction of us, whether a food or otherwise, really. So it is a challenging issue.
Other questions for Darren? Emily?
Darren, sorry to put you on the spot, but I think it might be worth you saying what it's like not having access to the PACE powers. So my sense is it's not impeding the work, it's just making it more complicated, but it'd just be useful for you to put that on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Thanks, Emily. So the MOU that Colm's already alluded to with police forces and support we've had from local authorities has been very positive. So inevitably the absence of direct access to powers is at worst building in delay of days rather than impeding activity, I suppose, in the more simplistic level. There are some other elements that could become problematic at court processes later on by having absence to other more nuanced elements of the powers, but that would remain to be seen really as we get casework going through the courts in the absence of access to those particular powers ourselves. Now, we've had advice from Council that gives a degree of confidence around that, but as we know, court processes are notoriously complex and open to argument, and that's why the courts exist, I suppose. So we've got those additional vulnerabilities by not having direct access to the powers, but it's not impeding operational activity at the moment.
That's really helpful clarification. The other thing I noted in the report was just how impactful the relationship building that you've driven has been in terms of so much of that sort of collaboration and cooperation framework and access to systems and databases and national computers. I think we've really benefited from your leadership and what you've done to build those relationships there. So thank you very much for that. Anything else from around the table that we'd like to raise on the NFCU? No? Thank you very much indeed. Now into the hot seat. Martin and Carmel. Operational Transformation Delivery Programme.
Okay, so I'll introduce this again, Chair. board members will recall that in the autumn we had a workshop around how we might take forward operational transformation and the delivery of and modernisation of the delivery of official controls provided directly by the FSA, meat, dairy and wine. And we're seeking to move to a more proportionate, more risk-based approach to the delivery of these official controls. I think I'd want to put on the record at the outset introducing this paper and emphasise that whilst we're keen to modernise delivery and move to a new operating model, the current model continues to protect consumers. So it's important to not scare anyone in that sense. But there are opportunities with advances in technology, changes to legislation, issues around the availability of particular professional and technical staff. They're all drivers for looking afresh at this and how best we can deliver a more effective, more sustainable system going forward. And so the paper that you have today, it summarises the current position in terms of the as-is, and there's some diagrams in the annex which describe that in some detail. It also talks about the context of the reform, the background, and it includes some guiding principles as we set out on the journey to a revised operating model. And these are things that were covered in some detail in the autumn workshop, but they're now written up, as it were, for board members to see them in the round and to comment. I think I'd also need to emphasise that this paper is in advance of developing a full business case, which is still to be developed, and that's one of the first steps that we need to take. It's worth noting, and I mentioned it earlier, that quite a significant proportion of the agency human resource is tied up in the delivery of these official controls. So it's a programme of keen interest to the board. So what are we looking for today? We're looking for the board's endorsement in principle to the proposed reform of official controls delivery, recognising that there's more detailed work to be done, and we welcome an indication as to how the board wishes to chart progress as we take this reform programme forward, and input to the unfolding programme of work. And I want to again put on the record, by way of introduction, that we are committed to working with industry, with partners, stakeholders and our colleagues as we develop our plans.
Colin, thank you very much indeed. There's lots in this. I think perhaps if we focus first on those drivers for change and the strategic intent, section 3 of the paper, and the ambition and principles that Colin and Martin and Carmel have set out in this paper as a focus for the board discussion. And you immediately see the read across to our discussion earlier today in terms of our wider ambition for regulatory reform. So are there any points in relation to those that the board wish to question or add to or warmly endorse? You've got to do one of those things. Tim.
I guess the question I had was, I become increasingly intrigued and interested in the relationship between our intelligence, the practical on-the-ground and oversight roles, and then also the tipping point, for example, into the food crime area, and what informs that. So rather than responsive, is there any anticipatory sort of role there? So I'd just like to learn a little bit more about that, and how that would fit within what's presented here.
Yes, thank you. So some of our staff might visit a plant in terms of an unannounced inspection. They may be the field ops staff, but equally they may find something that would tend to suggest that they need to talk to their colleagues in NFCU. So one of the things that I've been very keen to do, and Darren coming in and setting up the new NFCU, has been to make sure that they're fully integrated, not just with field ops staff, but also with incidents team. So better integration across the operational delivery function, but then also better integration across the FSA as a whole. But I suppose it depends on what you find when you visit a plant as to whether you're going to take a regulatory route, if there's something that needs to be addressed, or whether it's going to be a criminal route.
So if I may come back to that, so that's very much based on sort of observational intelligence of what's going on.
Not necessarily, because again, intelligence may suggest that there's a problem, and then you go and look as a result. So it could start with the intelligence, or it could start with the findings on the ground.
Okay, very good. So you can pick up the bad actors in the system, hopefully.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mary.
Thank you. Welcome this paper. I just want to ensure, I mean, we had Henry Dimbleby here, and in his Oxford paper, he, reiterated the importance of small abattoirs in the food system, and wanting to make sure that when we're looking at this reshaping of official controls, we do ensure that it's while it's not about letting small businesses off the hook for providing safe food, but also ensuring that it's sensible for them to continue operating, whatever it is the solution we come up with.
Martin is the person to answer this question, because he's done such a lot of work with the Small Abattoir Association.
Thanks for the question, Mary. I do an awful amount of work with Small Abattoir Association, Sustainable Food Trust, Henry Dimbleby. Looking back to the week before last at the Oxford Farming Conference, we're working with them, trying to find solutions and trying to make this work and fit the pattern of a sustainable business. And I must focus on, I keep reminding them it must be a sustainable business. Would you mind if I just answered partly the question you raised earlier about how we find our intelligence and how we work together as well? There are multiple facets of information that come into us, and I'm really pleased that Darren's team, some members of my field operations staff have gone to work in that team and taken that intelligence with them. But we work on complaints. But because there's less than 1,000 businesses roughly out there, everybody knows what's going on and everybody knows who the bad apples are, and so it's as we become more transparent, it's easy for them to pick up the phone, and if somebody's getting away with something, you'd be amazed how many people want to tell you about that. So we're working on them issues, and that's how we found some of the bigger ones that have happened through that angle.
That's great. It did strike, sorry, Emily. I was just going to pick up, looking at those drivers for change, that I think we are very keen. I think we've been keen for a while around this issue of the balance of accountability between the industry and the FSA, and the confusion can seem to arise about whose job it is to make sure the business does the right thing. It is their job to do the right thing, and our presence in these establishments does not mean that they can abdicate that responsibility to us, which is perhaps one of the challenges that we have with some of the less compliant parts of the industry. Good parts of the industry get it and have a sensible, mature working relationship with us, I think. And I think on that point of accountability, I think that's where it's really important that we integrate with how we're thinking about roles and responsibilities in the wider regulatory system, and that definition of what's the FSA here for, and then what are the roles need to be done and who are the right people to do those roles is really important to us. And the other point, again, it's a long-standing view of this board, but it does merit being restated very clearly so the industry don't misunderstand us. It's not for the regulator to decide to subsidise the industry in relation to the costs of regulation. That doesn't mean we think it's right or wrong for government to decide to lessen that cost burden, but we get ourselves into a conflicted position when that responsibility is placed on us. So we're driving for the value for money solution, and we will be as supportive as we can be in helping DEFRA or whichever other part of government it is in the countries that we operate in to reach their view about how they want to support the way those costs fall on industry. But I think the board's view has long been we shouldn't have to shoulder that responsibility and burden. I think we right on that, Margaret.
It's such a difficult one, and I just wanted to make an observation that this is a discussion that I can remember hearing 10 or 12 years ago, and I won't be saying that a lot, but it's like same old, and it's so difficult to move forward on. And I noticed that the language has been tempered, which I think is a good thing, and it means that you're in a better place with regard to talking to people, and how much easier it is when government is prepared to sponsor you in making a major change. So you've done these amazing things with the food crime unit that 6 or 7 years ago was a handful of people. Horse meat came along, government was prepared to really focus on, but it was a reactive thing, which is a real shame. But I just can't underestimate how difficult it is to move on the value for money.
Emily.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain to the board the connection between the conversation we had this morning on regulating our future and the conversation this afternoon on operational transformation, so that you're aware. They had previously been thought of in one breath. And we've decided to separate out the programmes just to ensure that it's really clear accountability at the executive management team level. But there is nevertheless a connection between them. So there's language that you can see in the operational transformation paper here, which talks about risk, proportionality and segmentation are exactly the same themes that we're putting into the official control modernisation as we relate to local authorities. So we're working hard internally in the FSA to make sure those conversations are joined up and we're not doing the thinking twice. But the way that you do risk and segmentation for the meat industry is a niche and smaller thing than doing it for the entire of the food industry, and we just wanted to keep those things a little bit more separate.
Thank you. We've got Guy and then Colm.
I mean, when on the drivers of change, one of the ones which is mentioned here is technology. But I just want to flag that technology can help address several of those other areas too, in which one of the I think Martin and his colleagues have been incredibly open in the welcoming of science and technology through the 21st century abattoir idea, which has now spawned a couple of projects which aim towards kind of the golden thing of it, improving public health and safety and upping productivity at the same time, and that's quite often hard to achieve. And what's really been, I think, useful there is the combination of technology coupled with Martin's colleagues' deep expertise of the reality of a real system, which has brought people who work on sensors to work in abattoirs to say, what are the existing sensors that already exist and how might we use those to get us a lot more information to work with the meat hygiene inspectors and official veterinarians to up safety without doing anything different. And other ideas in terms of digital twins and these types of things. So I do think that the welcoming of technology, but it comes back to a bit like the strategic surveillance discussions earlier, and the food crime unit is quite often you need a combination of cutting-edge technology with pragmatic realism of people who know what the system really is, and I think that's the thing that is really making breakthroughs in this area.
Got Colm and then Ruth.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just a couple.
Oh, sorry, and well.
I just wanted to come back in on what you'd said, Guy, and I think one of the responsibilities of Colin and Martin and myself is really to embrace the opportunities, and there are some really exciting opportunities around technology, around data, but also to be realistic about what is going to deliver on our ambition and that will achieve value for money on both sides. So yes, there's lots of opportunities that we'd like to trial and run some feasibility studies on, but I think it's up to us to keep coming back to the board to check off to say, are we heading in the right direction, rather than getting carried away in something that won't achieve our ambition.
Marty's getting carried away with commentary now.
I'm getting really carried away. I'm very sorry. Thanks, Guy, for that. It was really supportive of you to be chairing that 21st century sandpit. I'm really, really excited by what's going on with these individuals. You mentioned earlier on 8 years ago, 10 years ago, we've come a long way in that time. And there's a huge piece of work going on now that's really interesting and will bring some results. Just to focus on the technology and the three words there, higher processing speeds. In our poultry plants, we're now up to 15,000 birds an hour. It's gone beyond the human eye. We need to be doing things differently, and the people to help us do things differently were in that room, Guy, were they not? Thank you.
Colin.
Thanks, Chair. No, I just a couple of things. Just wanted to reinforce the point the Chair made on value for money. I mean, I absolutely agree. It's not for the regulator, and there's all sorts of not just financial but conflict of interest reasons why we shouldn't be in that space. So that the sooner we can move out of that, the better. But my main point is really more on the and the management of the provider of OVs and so forth in new contract to make sure that we actually adequately manage that going forward. We've had difficulty in the past, as we know, new contract coming into place with assurances, but it's obviously something that will regularly feature on the IREC agenda, so it'd be useful to get assurances around that.
Okay, a number of things. First of all, it's great to see the enthusiasm of my colleagues for this programme. It's just wonderful. And that it actually points to the need to have a programme stock take, because there's so many things we could do, but we've only got resources for certain things. So we need to make sure that we're spending our time on the things that are most impactful. In terms of the value for money, absolutely get that. And if we do change the model, that will necessitate engaging on that very topic. I agree with Emily around the fact that although we've now separated the programme from ROF, they were really essentially sister programmes working in parallel with many common principles. So yes, absolutely.
Ruth.
I was very pleased to hear the energy for change and the clear sense of ambition around the programme. That's why I was a little bit unsure about the rationale for why have an interim model and a final target model, operating model. I feel that if you have an interim model, the easy things will be done, and it will not necessarily be in the line of sight for the ultimate target operating model. So I'm just be grateful for some insights on whether or not it'd be better to have a target operating model and then test things as you go along, which is what I thought you were describing. So I wasn't sure why you needed an interim model as well. It almost gives you a sense of only doing the things that are to be done now, and I'd rather see those in the context of the final model. I wasn't quite sure what the thinking was.
So I see the interim operating model as an iterative process, not a kind of line in the sand where we're interim and then a further line in the sand where we get to the final target operating model. I think the rationale for going through that process and doing things piece by piece is really based on the benchmarking that we've done internationally and looked at other countries and how they have changed their operating model. So this is a huge thing to do, and there are so many components, and I think if we try and go from current state to future state, it will be harder to achieve and potentially take longer based on the other countries that we've looked at. So we've worked quite closely with New Zealand and looked at how they've managed theirs, and that was about moving through a series of interim points. I think there's perhaps something around the language that interim sounds like a fixed point, which isn't perhaps what we see on the programme, and we can have a look at that. But certainly taking those, trying things out, running a feasibility study, testing it, and then moving on to the next piece.
Chair, very much welcome that approach, exploratory and testing and evaluating as you go along. That isn't what interim operating model means to me. It sounds more fixed, so maybe just in terms of how you communicate the programme, it's to be clear of the ultimate goal all along in that decision-making process be helpful, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yes, Ruth, absolutely. And we need to make sure as we move through that interim state to the final state that we don't do anything that takes us in a different direction from that final position.
I think then on that basis, you've got a great deal of support from the board for the direction that you've set, a proportionate risk-based approach on the basis outlined in this paper. And I think in terms of how the board or the business committee wish to measure and support the programme, I think there's obviously to the business committee, there are operational opportunities for us to update. But I think as the programme develops, we'll start to identify the points at which there's a more material decision or learning point that needs to come to the board or should come to the business committee for board members to engage with. So I think that's probably something that between Colin and Emily and Martin and Carmel, you can look at, and we can start to see how that slots in. The forward board agenda does have as a standing item issues to do with regulatory reform and modernisation. So there's always a space for it, and we'll be able to keep track, I think, through that process. rather than try to identify some milestones now that you can't necessarily commit to. Is that all right? Good, thank you very much indeed. That brings us to the end of the agenda for the Business Committee, and there were no items for any other business, so we'll close this meeting and meet again on the 11th of March. Thank you very much indeed.